Tradoon. 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 Tradoon.
Welcome to We Sing Dinosaurs.
Deinonychus lived in the early Cretaceous period, after Allosaurus and before Tyrannosaurus rex.
One of the most fearsome hunters wasn't big at all. He measured close to 10 feet long and only 5 feet tall. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaw. Deinonychus, with his terrible claws. When they spied a likely foe, they'd race to the attack.
I actually really like this song.
With his powerful jaw, Deinonychus, with his terrible
This song
claws. His arms were long to hold his prey, sharp claws were used to grip. But the deadly claw was on his foot, the one he used to rip. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaw. Deinonychus, with his terrible claw. He wasn't a big dinosaur, but will the doctor say he must have been the very fierce hunter on the shore. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaw. Deinonychus,
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to have you here right now. Thank you for joining us, and we're gonna have a fun stream. Let me tell you about it.
One of the most remarkable animals that have ever existed, and certainly one of the most famous, is a dinosaur.
It's Mia Miyakota. Thank you for the 3 months of support.
Paleo dance, Dino dance.
I really appreciate that, Mia Miyakota. Thank you very, very much. And welcome back. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody, and happy Monday to you. Hope your week is off to a good start. And happy Deinonychus Discovery Day today. Exciting stuff. We're going to be talking all about Deinonychus today. About how this dinosaur was initially discovered and how it changed the focus of dinosaur paleontology, changed our ideas about dinosaurs. Deinonychus is perhaps one of the most important dinosaurs ever found. We'll be talking about why today, so I'm really glad you're here. Anyway, if it's your very first time here today, which it may be for some of you, welcome to the channel. It is great to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza, and I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. So 5 days a week, I stream here on Twitch, talking about my own research and the research of my colleagues, trying to demystify the world of fossil science for all of you. Of course, when I'm not here in my office during the summers, I'm out digging dinosaurs, and whenever I can, streaming it live in places like Wyoming and Utah. That's what I was doing this past summer, so if you didn't happen to catch any of those live streams from the field, go back into the VODs and see if you can find them.
Creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet, or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
I suppose that's true, Check Nerd.
Well, that's almost an entire year.
I know, 32 months. Holy moly, that is a long time. Thank you for the ongoing support. That means a lot. It really does. But yeah. And Kriegani Wolfshares, how are you doing? Thank you for the intro there. They say hello. I'll get in touch from the lurk to thank you for your exciting content. I'm really glad I accidentally discovered you a few days ago. I'm a big dinosaur fan. My favorites include Deinonychus. Oh boy, yeah. Deinonychus, right here. Dilophosaurus. Right up here.
Surely one of the most
And
remarkable
Compsognathus.
animals
Very cool.
that have ever existed, and certainly one of the most
Thank
famous
you, Racer FJ.
dinosaur.
Thank you for the
Paleo
follow.
YES
A
move, Paleo
follow. Thank you
YES
for the
move.
2 months of primes there, Razor. That is extraordinary.
Here's some
And Jody Fish.
gargantuans and authentic, because though they died
Thank you
out
for the
so long
17
ago,
months.
their fossil bones
I appreciate
remain,
that
so we know
tremendously.
just what they were like and can
Holy
even
cow.
sculpt them into still, or rather extinct, life.
We've got a hype train going here, by the way. Holy cow. What did Jody Fish say? Long live the theropods. Yes, indeed. The longest lived group of dinosaurs, they're still around today. We'll be talking about that and how Deinonychus helped us to discover that theropod dinosaurs are still around. Strictly speaking, dinosaurs never went completely extinct. Anyway, getting back to that message. Oh, hang on. We got another one from Rahabophion. 12 months of support there. Extraordinary. I really appreciate that, Rahab. Thank you, thank you.
Hello, laughing face. Some good news from me. Recently
All
found
right.
out that a town 15 minutes away from me has a museum that has a nice
Oh.
marine reptiles, including
Well, well,
a
well.
crocodile, and some of the largest plesiosaur species have been found there.
It's awesome,
Sent an
Rahab.
email about volunteering there. Haven't heard back from them yet, but I'm quite excited. Paleoscience.
That is really, really exciting. Holy cow, Rahab. That's the way to get involved in paleontology. Good for you. I'm proud of you. That's awesome. I hope you hear back soon. I hope they take you on. That's phenomenal. Taking my advice. That brings joy to my heart, Rahab. Thank you, by the way, for the 12 months of support. Really appreciate that. I hope next time you catch one of my broadcasts, it's from the museum on a break. Lunch break or something like that. Draku, thank you for the 2 months of Prime subs there, Draku777. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Anyway, Rahab, that's super exciting. Good for you. Holy cow, I want to hear all about this. I hope they'll take you on as a volunteer. That's awesome. Let me get back to this message from Krigani Wolfshires. Sorry, my English is not so good. It's great. Your English is perfect. But I understand you very well. I'm originally Swedish, but live in Austria. You have an impressive collection of skeletons in the background. Can you perhaps show them in more detail? You bet. Yeah. Here. This might help. Can you see this? Laser pointer? Yeah. Up here, we've got our baby Triceratops. We've got a Protoceratops skull right here. Here's Deinonychus, of course, the star of today's show. Archaeopteryx, whom we'll also be talking about over here. Camarasaurus, skull right there. That's a juvenile Camarasaurus, not full grown yet. Another baby Triceratops. I actually photogrammetrized the original mount at UCMP myself to make this. This one's a bit better, though, so if I ever make a copy, it'll be of this one. There's Stegosaurus, a pachycephalosaur with the nice dome head on it. Smilodon over here, who is not a dinosaur, but a saber-toothed cat. And our state fossil here in California. We've got Ceratosaurus. This one I actually sculpted myself. It was part of my Halloween costume for the past few years. It's a long story. Yeah. And then Telmatosaurus from Italy. A hadrosauroid dinosaur, so duck-billed dinosaur. Of course, Dilophosaurus. Euoplocephalus. And in just a few minutes, I'll be showing you the new Diplodocus skull that I just assembled on Saturday. Very excited to show that off. So anyway, Krigani, thank you for coming out of the lurk to say hello, and it's wonderful to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Rahab says, I'll be sure to keep you posted. Excellent, Rahab. Best of luck for you. Holy cow. Yeah. And, Kennedy says, I'm guessing that's a Bozeman, Montana t-shirt. Kennedy, you would be correct. I actually designed and printed this one myself back when I lived in Montana. I used to sell t-shirts to different museums across the state. And this is one that I sold briefly at Museum of the Rockies in Bozeman, Montana, which is the museum I worked at. And that is indeed Deinonychus on there, the star of today's broadcast. So we'll be getting to that in a little bit.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Zephyr Poet, thank you for the prime there. That is extraordinary. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you, Zephyr Poet. Tasty, tasty Prime there. Thank you for helping keep food on my table with using some Bezos bucks to help pay your local live streaming paleontologist. Appreciate that. Appreciate that very much. Gimplix says, how do paleontologists get paid? Selling t-shirt merch, yeah, or live streaming. Or sometimes working at McDonald's. I've had many odd jobs that I've worked as a paleontologist. This has got to be the best of them, though. Being able to live stream for a living. You know, do my science outreach, which is my solemn duty as a scientist. And get paid for it, you know? Get two birds stoned at once, so to speak. So yeah, and thank you to everybody who's supported me in this endeavor. Couldn't do this without you, so thank you very much. Yeah. And hey, Stink, what's going on? Good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Yeah, anyway.
No other creature in the world looks like a half-plucked turkey and walks like a pot-bellied bear.
But Cliff Alistair McLean does.
Hi all. Paleo one Paleo Theoro Bad.
Thank you for the 19 months of support. That is extraordinary, and I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, and SG Rux says, where do you source your 3D print files? So, from a number of different places. There's a wonderful website called sketchfab.com, which has got some really extraordinary models. Some of them actually like scans of original fossils. Yeah, here's a T-Rex brain, for instance. And eventually we'll get to one of the ones that I actually have printed. Yeah, my Erlikosaurus skull. Yeah. Anyway, here's a link to this. And these are, you know, original. Thank you, Claire, posted at the same time. Yes. Yeah, this actually comes from the scientific paper describing the skull of Erlikosaurus andrewsi. And, yeah, way back in the day, I guess this would have been last year, I actually printed that. Well, I told Jim Kirkland about this one. And, let's see, where did that go? There it is. And he really wanted it. Like, he wanted a 3D print of it. So I said, Jim, you know what? I'll send it to you. And I sent it to him, and he now has that in his office. He described all two of the therizinosaurs from Utah, Falcarius and Nothronychus. You actually just saw Nothronychus in the alert a minute or two ago. Therizinosaur that looks like a half-plucked turkey but walks like a pot-bellied bear. That's Nothronychus that Jim published on. Anyway, so now he's got a cast of the only really good 3D therizinosaur skull in the world, to my knowledge. Anyway, I got that right from good old Sketchfab. Oh yeah, yeah. Anyway, that's where I get a lot of my 3D files, but the Allosaurus that I'm currently printing right now, that actually comes from another website where an artist who had access to some dinosaur material, yeah, he decided to make his own shareable model of an Allosaurus skull. There we go. It's gonna look like this, and I'm currently printing more of it. I mean, we're printing it right now. I've got the lower jaw completed. Let me show you that. There we are. Yeah. For anybody new, almost everybody's seen this at this point, but yeah. Life-size Allosaurus lower jaw right here. Yeah, pretty sizable piece, honestly. That's not small. Definitely not. working on printing the rest of the skull. Holy cow. Look at that. I finished a few more pieces this weekend, and we'll be assembling these in just a few minutes. And then I'll show you the juvenile Diplodocus skull. The pieces of that had been sitting in my office on a shelf for like a year. I finally put it together on Saturday. I'm excited to show it off. So yeah. Anyway, very, very excited about this. This piece should actually be done in about, what time is it, 2:36? About half an hour. So yeah. Maybe I'll show off the baby Diplodocus skull first. We'll talk a little bit about Diplodocus, do some questions. Then this will be printed, and I can attach that to this. We can continue our assembly. We are now moving on to the back of the skull of this animal, which will be really nice. We might even be done printing this thing by the end of the week. We'll have to see. And Stephen King Fan 23 says, I dragged my son over here to see this. Well. Stephen King fan and son. Check this out. A life-size Allosaurus skull.
The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter
what?
is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dirter in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
Oh, I see. Seafrog, thank you for the 9 months of support. That is pretty incredible, and I really appreciate it, Seafrog. Thank you. Anyway, I cannot wait until this thing is done. We might have it done by the end of the week, so make sure you tune in later on in the week, too, to see our progress. By the end of today, we'll have much more of this assembled, because I've got some big pieces that I have not yet glued on. Oh, yeah. Trent K says Adam Savage would love these 3D prints. You know, I bet you he would. He seems like a kindred spirit. And I think he lives right here in the San Francisco Bay Area, doesn't he? Yeah. Because, of course, I am, as always, well, not always. Back in June, I was broadcasting to you from Wyoming. And then later on from an undisclosed location on Lake Michigan, and then later in Utah, streaming live from the field from some dinosaur digs. But I'm normally broadcasting to you, like I am now, in the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. So, yeah. Apparently Adam Savage lives here too, if we're thinking of the same person from Mythbusters, right? I think he's also Bay Area based. So, yeah. Who knows? Maybe someday we'll talk about dinosaurs on stream together.
Remarkable animals that have ever existed.
Alex Speed.
Certainly, one of the most famous is a dinosaur.
Thanks for the 3 months.
The egg or the dinosaur?
Oh, shoot. Alex Speed, we were just talking about this in the chat earlier. Eggs as like a thing, as a concept, as a reproductive strategy, they predate the dinosaurs by like 300 million years at least. Critters have been laying eggs for a very, very long time. And that's just one of those characteristics that dinosaurs inherited from their ancestors. So eggs definitely predate dinosaurs. You know, some of the very first animals, I think, laid eggs. So yeah. But yeah. And G. Shumway, you got to visit the Natural History Museum in Los Angeles. Very, very cool. I actually did a live stream from there in 2021. Lordy and I went there. And, yeah, really extraordinary. It's such an awesome place, the Los Angeles County Museum. They have a truly extraordinary collection, well, truly extraordinary displays of dinosaurs in their dinosaur hall. Really, really lovely stuff. There's... well, maybe I can't get that too embiggen, but there it is. Allosaurus and Stegosaurus. Unfortunately, this is, I think, the northernmost, like, dinosaur museum in California. We don't have anything approaching this in Northern California, let alone in the San Francisco Bay Area. It is my dream to one day establish an open to the public dinosaur or general paleontology museum here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Because we don't have anything like this at all in the Bay Area. Nothing. The closest thing would be the University of California Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley, but that's inside of a classroom building. It's not really open to the public. It's a research collection. It's not like a public fossil museum. So we desperately need that here in the Bay Area, and we don't have it yet. So someday, inshallah, we will make that happen. Yeah. Priscilla Slugbasher, what a great name. Welcome back, Priscilla. She says, that's a beautiful dream. I appreciate that, Priscilla. Thank you. If all goes well over the next year or so, I might actually be taking a step in that direction. I might need some help with fundraising, but I would like to establish a small pop-up museum here in the Bay Area as kind of a proof of concept for this. Show off some California dinosaurs that were discovered here in California. Talk about their story and tell people that, hey, California's got dinosaurs. We should have a museum here in the Bay Area. It's open to the public. Do I have a Patreon? I do have a Patreon. Yes, indeed. Priscilla, thank you for asking. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. It's only one lottery win away. I mean, Shumway, we'll see. Yeah. Might not even need to win the lottery. We'll have to see. Yeah. Anyway, somebody had a question about being able to tell whether dinosaur fossils are real or replica. Oh, Cactus Jack, some of these are replicas, and some of these are the real bones. It depends. An easy way to tell is to look at, well, to look for steel supports. So, here, let's look at this image right here. Notice how there's no steel supports, like, holding the fossils in place. That means that these are replicas. Oh, hang on a minute. Give me a second here. Capture cursor, that's what we want. There we go, now you can see the cursor. If these were real fossils, there would be steel supports kind of holding them in place, but since these are replicas, they could just drill right through them and put the steel armature inside the replica bones. But, let's see. Well, let me show you two examples of the same T-Rex skeleton. One of them is the real thing, and one of them is a replica. There we go. Burp. Yeah. This one right here. Is this the real fossil or a replica? What do you think, chat? This is at the University of California Museum of Paleontology, just down the road from me in Berkeley. This is the one that's not really open to the public. This is one of the few fossil displays that you can actually see if you're not, you know, if you're not in the back rooms in the collections. Is this a replica or the real thing? This is a regular on the stream. Absolutely, Lenina. Yeah.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
It's true, Priscilla Slugbasher. Thank you for subscribing. Holy cow. That's a recurring sub right there. Thank you, Priscilla. Holy moly, do I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Honestly, earnestly, thank you very, very much. Welcome to the community. Enjoy those emotes. Enjoy not having to watch any ads. Thank you for your support. I couldn't do this without you. Maybe someday, harnessing the power of this community, we'll be able to build a publicly accessible fossil museum here in the Bay Area. We'll see. But you're following as a step in that... You're subscribing as a step in that direction. Thank you, Priscilla. Really appreciate it. Yeah, to those of you who said that this was a real fossil right here... No, it's not actually. You'll notice the lack of steel supports here. Well, actually, there are some steel supports, but look, they go directly up into the bone. You would not want to jam a steel rod into an actual Tyrannosaurus tibia right there. That would be a bad idea. So this is, of course, a replica. Now... let's see. Here we go. What about this same Tyrannosaurus specimen? This is like well, hang on. This is the Wonkel Rex here. Is this one the actual fossil bone, or is this a replica? Keep in mind, this is the same specimen, the same individual Tyrannosaurus. Is this the real thing, or is this a replica? What we call a cast, you know, like an exact molded and cast copy of the real thing. What do you think, chat? It's hard to see from this view, says Claire Burr. It is a little bit hard to see. True, true. If you answered that this was a replica, you're correct. This is a replica. Again, look. Down here, you've got the steel rods going directly up into the tibia. There's not a steel armature under... Like, you can't see steel supports right here holding the thing up. It's just free-floating bones. That means it's a replica. You're not going to jam a metal armature through the real fossil bones. So yeah. Now... I'll find you a good photo of this one. I'll show you two different views. We've got this one right here. There we are. This is the same Tyrannosaurus specimen, munching on a Triceratops. And then we have it right here also. Now, real or replica? Look closely. Notice how it is. Yeah, notice any interesting details here? Well. If you said that this was a replica, you are incorrect, unfortunately, which means it is the real fossil bone. Notice the steel supports here. Going underneath the backbone right there. You've got little steel fingers kind of wrapping around the thigh bone and around the pubic bone, around the ilium, around all of these bones. This is majority real skeleton. The only parts that are filled in with cast or sculpt are parts that were either too heavy to mount, like the skull.
Let's protect them.
They have the real skull on display, I think,
If they're removed,
on the other side of the hall.
Forever.
And Kriegani, thank you for subscribing for the very first time. Holy cow. Hang on a minute. Let me thank you personally. Thank you, Kriegani. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for that pledge of ongoing support. That means a lot to me. It really does. Holy cow. Thank you very, very much. It means a lot. Thank you. So yeah. It is amazing how they do this. Space power? Or is it bass power? Are you into sound or are you into fish? Bass power. Let me know. Let me find you a video. There we go. Yeah. Whoop, hang on a second. Let me change something here real quick. Make this look a little bit better. There we go. Yes. So, notice the metal supports.
Dinosaur. It's the king dinosaur. Everyone loves a dinosaur. It's always been an anomaly that the Smithsonian didn't have a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Yep. Not a real one, anyway. But those are the real fossil bones.
I think I found a mega find. A mega find.
We'll be talking all about this dinosaur in a few days. And we'll be watching this whole video as we celebrate the anniversary of the Wonkel Rex's discovery by Kathy Wonkel. There she is right there. So we'll be learning all about her, about the process of discovery, all that good stuff. But what I wanted to show you here was the process of actually mounting the thing. Here we go. Come on, YouTube. There we go.
And make it work was challenging in the fact that it's just so much going on.
Yeah.
The armature that holds the real fossil, which we call the fossil holder.
Fossil holder.
Some people call them.
See? Fossil holder. We're not too fancy in paleontology. What's the thing that holds the fossil? Oh, it's got a very technical name. It's called the fossil holder.
Call them antlers, fingers, whatever you want to call them.
Whatever you want to call them.
Usually consists of a piece of half.
See that?
With pieces that are tapered, and they follow the contour of the bone very closely.
Yeah. See? That's how you can tell that's the real fossil right there. That is really cool. Yeah.
Closely. It's got a high percentage of real fossil, but where you see the white areas...
Yep, here we go.
Those are generally cast materials that have been supplemented in. The ribs, there's white. And then, of course, all the cracks.
Yep.
This skull will be a cast.
The real one's too heavy.
The one part that's probably of greatest scientific interest.
Yep.
And so we want to make that accessible to scientific study. And if we...
shoot, there's Matt Carano right there. He was one of my buddies in the van back in June when we were on this big pre-conference field trip throughout Utah. I was driving one of the big 15-passenger vans, and Matt Carano was one row behind me. And it was cool. We got to talk about all kinds of different stuff. And yeah, unfortunately, he said I wouldn't be able to interview him because, I don't know. Sometimes institutions aren't super keen on, like, scientists spending their time doing that, especially if you're at an august institution like the Smithsonian. But Matt Carano himself is really, really cool. Yeah.
Position it like this, it's really going to make it impossible for a scientist to get at it. Also, the precariousness of the way this mount is, with the skull really hanging off the neck as it is in a live animal, is not well suited to mounting a real bone.
Yeah.
I think, you know,
So there you go.
Someone
you can see that steel armature there.
who has the privilege to be a paleontologist working at a museum and working on dinosaurs, it is really once in your entire career that you might get to do something like this.
You could have it
pretty neat.
You can have a tooth be
Have a
busted.
tooth.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if like this one's missing, you could have it in here.
Anyway, we'll be watching the whole rest of this video when we talk about the Wonkel Rex and talk about we'll be celebrating the anniversary of its discovery. Somebody type in the schedule command, or is it calendar? Let's see who gets to it first. Quick on the draw there, Claire Burr. Bow! Very nice. Yeah. So August 2023, September 2023. On September 5th, we'll be talking about the Wonkel Rex and the science of Tyrannosaurus. So tune in there We'll be talking all about this incredible Tyrannosaurus specimen, how it was originally discovered, how regular people end up finding dinosaur fossils all the time. People like Kathy Wankel, and then it turns out to be something really extraordinary, you know? Like, there's the Wankel Rex outside Museum of the Rockies. This one's cast in bronze. That's not the real fossil, you could tell, because it's made of bronze. And this is a cast of the arm.
You did. You brought it once. Now you can have it back.
All right. I think I had a bright orange sweatshirt, but I've got a kind of an orange one. And we'll wrap the T-Rex back up. Take them back out to the Dry Creek country where we discovered them in 1988. And going back home. This is a.
I love it. I've spent a lot of time in eastern Montana, and the Wankel family are like 1,000% eastern Montana rancher family. And there's the last name written there on the inside of their cooler. I'm sure for when they go to barbecues and stuff like that. But yeah, they drove into the big city of Bozeman, you know, Bozeman, Montana, right there. And had to get some groceries. So there, you know, there's a gallon of milk, maybe a half gallon. There's a water bowl for the dog. Yeah.
Replica. This is not the original. There it is.
It makes me so happy. Anyway, we'll be talking all about that on September 5th. For right now, let's... Oh, and this is done. Shoot. Let's put another bone printing on the 3D printer. And let's get this one installed on the back of our Allosaurus skull. We'll finish that up. I'll show you our Diplodocus skull, which is finished printing. And then we'll get into Deinonychus. How does that sound? All right. First, let's get this off of here.
All right.
Now let me get this plugged into here. And let me show you how this works. When we're going to 3D print a fossil like this, this is how it works. Let's go to... Excuse me, there we go. Here we are. This is my slicing software. This is the next bone that we're going to be printing. Let me make sure this is the right one. Yeah, it's the mirror of this one. Good. I'm actually going to put it on that side like that. Rotate it like this because I don't want the supports to gum up the surface. Actually put it a little bit more like that. Trying to reduce the overall number of supports necessary. I think that'll be really nice. Okay. And then we're going to slice it. So slicing it means that we're telling the 3D printing software to translate this file into something that the 3D printer can use. And so a 3D printer works by extruding layer by layer of 3D printer filament onto here. It's kind of like, imagine you had a hot glue gun that a robot was using to make a shape. That's what a 3D printer is, basically. And so it starts off with a first layer like that, and the little thing goes around and goes and it squirts filament onto the surface, and then slowly, slowly, slowly it builds up a shape like that. And there we go. Beautiful. So, I'm going to export what we call a G-code here. There we go. So this is a file that the 3D printer can actually read. I have that on the little SD card right now. This one right here, I'm going to go plug this into the printer, and we'll get this new file printed. So, let's do it. All right, beautiful. Next, we're going to remove the supports from this. Just like that. Should be pretty easy on this one. Yeah. Aunt Nem says, this process is cool to see. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, it's cool to do also. If you can't tell, it's also pretty cool to do. So yeah. Anyway. Let me go grab my pliers / snips so I can take some more of the supports off of this. But watch how it's laying down the very first layer right now. And I might think about upgrading that camera at some point. I actually have another camera I could maybe switch this to. We'll see.
Welcome to another edition of Lifestyles of the Large and Extinct.
And CRISPR Bird, thank you for the follow. What a cool name. CRISPR-Cas9 is such an important technology nowadays. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. There. Let me get my tools and we'll get rid of some of these supports. There we go. And well, Trash Future Podcast. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is great to have you here. Holy cow.
Has arrived in force with their army of 249 chickens.
Welcome, Trash Future Podcast.
I imagine mammals would still be small creatures.
Holy cow. Super Sweet Boy, Caraxian Fortune, played my herring anyway.
Do you think dinosaurs are put together correctly? The bones. You're smart. What do you think?
Welcome.
Do a research on that, Oliver.
I never.
Oh, poor John Oliver. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. First of all, Trash Future Podcast, how did your stream go? I hope it was really, really good. Welcome to the channel. Holy moly. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. You probably know already, because you're clever folks, that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. I dig up dinosaurs during the summer, like I was doing this past summer, and live streaming it. Check out the VODs if you want to see some live dinosaur digs. They're there in the VODs or on YouTube. I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and nowadays I actually make my living streaming about paleontology here on Twitch. It's hard going as a scientist nowadays. Hard to make a living sometimes, the way our world works. But I'm incredibly blessed to be able to live stream like this and share my science with the world. Lovable Heron, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Or is it Lovable Jaren? I want to say heron, like the bird. I'm actually working on a publication that deals with herons. What a beautiful graph there. Articia Frost, thank you for that follow. Welcome. Thank you also to Admiral Half Nelson. What a great name. Admiral Half Nelson.
Make 'em away downtown.
Incinerate Gaming, thank you for the 2 months of support. Yeah.
Feels good, man.
Good to have you here, Incinerate Gaming. And a boy genius Ben Shapiro. Oh boy.
As dinosaurs had not died, I imagine mammals
Thank
would
you
still
for
be
the
small
follow.
creatures like this living in the nooks and crannies of their world.
I'm sorry.
Wouldn't be here.
It's good to have you here. Kiko Man the Soy Sauce Boy. Thank you for following. And Kriegani, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Extraordinary. I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Look at this dinosaur playing an ukulele.
Really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
Excellent stuff.
An iguanodon.
Iguanodon. And Bingus McDoodle, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's great to have you here. Holy cow, everybody. On today's broadcast, we're going to be doing some more 3D printing. There's our 3D printer hard at work, printing up more of our Allosaurus skull. I do a lot of 3D printing of various dinosaur fossils for outreach purposes here. And we're working on one of the most exciting ones yet. A life-size Allosaurus skull. Here's the lower jaws, rather, of this animal. This is gonna be a big one. Like, really big. Those are just the lower jaws right there. Here is the skull. There we go. We're assembling more of this in just a few minutes. So, stick around to see that. Allosaurus, the state fossil for the state of Utah. Allosaurus, the most common big theropod dinosaur from the Morrison Formation, late Jurassic period.
Gigantic dinosaurs attacking our boy! A dinosaur?
What? Matt Smebby, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. And Bingus McDoodle, did I thank you for the follow yet? I hope I did. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And is that 3D printed or the bones it's based off? It's... The 3D printer files are based on the actual fossil bones. So, like, let me show you, yeah, here's a revised osteology of Allosaurus fragilis by old Jim Madsen, who was once the... I think he was the state paleontologist of Utah before Dave Gillette, who was replaced by Jim Kirkland. And William Y420, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Anyway, so like the bones here are accurate to almost their smallest detail. It's good stuff. Here, let's go down to page 68, I think is where we have the full skull. There we go. Yeah. Beautiful. And Keeksel, but thank you for the follow too. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. So anyway, we'll be assembling part of the brain case of this animal back here. We'll be assembling that in just a few minutes. Yeah. And Hen, says, do modern publications include scans and stuff you can use in their supplemental data? They do sometimes. That's becoming increasingly common in dinosaur paleontology. And I actually have a few files that I'll be 3D printing. I can show you. Where did that go? This was, I just found this on Saturday. And we will be printing some of these soon. There we go. Button et al. 2019, I think? Various...
Astonishing. Simply astonishing. One of the most singular specimens I've encountered in all my distinguished career. But enough about my work. What did you want to show me?
Scary Space Bat, thank you for the follow, too. Welcome, welcome. Here's, for instance, a Heterodontosaurus. Come on now. Open up. This might take a minute. computer's struggling. But yeah, here's a Heterodontosaurus skull that was included as supplemental data in a paper on ornithischian dinosaur skulls and biomechanics. And so I might have to gussy this up a little bit because it's not the best scan in the world. But let's see, rotate the y-axis. Is that Y?
What?
Nope, that's not it. Oh no, that is the y-axis, isn't it? There we go. Rotate the y-axis. So I should be able to print this. It's a little scrungy looking, but I should be able to... I'm trying to learn... Gonna be learning Blender soon, I hope. And I might be able to kind of smooth it out using that, and then this will make a really, really nice print. But this comes from the supplemental data from a scientific paper that was published recently. So, very, very cool. Yeah. Door Hanger says, what is so hetero about its donts? Heterodontosaurus, the name means the different-toothed reptile, or different-toothed lizard, because it's got different teeth. It's got these tusks at the front, and then it's got these chewing teeth in the back. So yeah, the different-toothed lizard. Heterodontosaurus. Yeah. Bruce Lee says, at what age did you start getting interested in dinosaurs? You know what? I'm not going to answer that question myself. We're going to have previously recorded Danny answer that question. I'm really glad you asked there, Bruce Lee. Previously recorded Danny is somebody that we bring on, especially when we have a big raid. And he's going to answer some questions for you, tell you how a paleontologist ended up here on Twitch in the first place. All that good stuff. So, normally he's right there behind me, but I don't know what's going on. Oh. He's zipping up. I guess he just got back from the bathroom. Anyway, we'll let previously recorded Danny answer that question for you and introduce all these cool new people to the channel. So, without further ado, previously recorded Danny, take it away. Thanks, present day Danny. You know, people ask me all the time, Danny, how did you first get interested in paleontology? And I've always been interested in fossils from the earliest time I can remember, particularly dinosaurs. My parents like to say that I decided I wanted to become a paleontologist pretty much the moment I realized I couldn't grow up to be a dinosaur. And believe me, I tried. I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is a lovely place to grow up. Except that we haven't got any dinosaur fossils here. So right after high school, I packed up and moved to Montana, one of the best places in the world to find dinosaurs. Just a couple days after I arrived in Montana, I started working at the lab at Museum of the Rockies, and the paleontology program founded by Jack Horner. Jack's done a lot of amazing things in his career, but you may know him as the scientific advisor on the movie Jurassic Park.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said that the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
But we wanted a credible resource that could back up several theories that we were sort of expounding. And one was that dinosaurs eventually evolved into birds.
And even the word raptor means bird of prey.
And that's something that Jack Horner believes in and could defend if necessary. And Jack Horner became our credibility.
It was in this program that Jack built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist and how to think outside the box. I've done work at a number of other museums around the American West, helping to prep fossils, design exhibits, and educate visitors. I did a fair bit of eclectic fieldwork in various places, identifying and collecting early Cretaceous dinosaur tracks on the Idaho border, Sphenodontian fossils in the gravelly range of the Rocky Mountains, Cenozoic fishes in western Nevada, but most of my work out in the field was with Dr. Denver Fowler, who is now curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. In all, I've worked probably a few hundred sites throughout the late Cretaceous of Montana, and the Hell Creek and Judith River formations, digging up dinosaurs. Lots and lots and lots of dinosaurs. And from time to time, that work has even garnered some media attention.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
And much like my fieldwork, my research focuses on dinosaurs. I'm particularly interested in their behavioral functional morphology. All these bizarre anatomical features that certain dinosaurs had, I want to know what they used them for. Right now, I'm working on a study on spinosaurs. Alright, but don't ask me too much about that because it's still a project in the works and I can't give away too much just yet till it's published. But anyway, a couple years ago I realized that things were definitely headed downhill in Montana. So I packed up and headed back to the West Coast. And I've become kind of fed up with all the bullshit in academia, so I found myself another job. I am now a teacher in early childhood education. And let me tell you, it's been a natural fit since day one. Now, given that I get to design the curriculum, my students now know more about biology, classification, and the history of life on Earth than most adults do. I've been helping raise a new generation of young scientists. Then, coronavirus hit. In mid-March, when all the schools shut down in San Francisco, I started holding classes over Zoom, and we picked up right where we left off. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like Velociraptor's jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I realized that I really enjoy teaching remotely. So back in May, I decided to try streaming on Twitch. And here we are. This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that? I believe that scientists ought to be public servants. Ultimately, it's our job not just to make scientific discoveries, but to teach the public about them. That's exactly what I want to do here. Now, because of COVID-19, this will be my first summer in almost 10 years with no fieldwork. I'm trying to look on the bright side, though. It's not all bad. At least I have more time for outreach. And I've got plenty of cool stuff to work on. And if you could throw some support my way by subscribing, I'd be incredibly grateful. So anyway, if you are new here, you should be pretty well clued in by now. And I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a good time. Anyway, let's see what present-day Danny has cooked up for us. All right, present-day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very, very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to our friend Trash Future Podcast for that incredible raid. I'm so glad you're here. And let me know if you've got any questions.
But I'm turning into...
What?
A dinosaur.
Golganek.
Oh my gravy, double
of course you are.
exclamation mark. That's getting pretty close to a whole year, double exclamation mark. Paleo Cassaveri.
I appreciate you, Golganek. Thank you, thank you. For the 25 months of support. That's extraordinary, Golganek. Thank you for your incredible and long-running support of this channel. Thanks for keeping me off the streets as a young scientist, you know? Thank you. Yeah. And, Yeah. Bruce Lee says, thank you for answering my question previously recorded, Danny. He was happy to. That's why he exists. You fulfilled his purpose, Bruce Lee. Thank you. And Starwolf, yeah, I do have a coelacanth on the shelf. Yeah. Can we get closer to it there? Yeah, that's my papercraft coelacanth. By the way, if...
Are you a fan of dinosaurs? I won't get angry if you aren't. What?
If, oh, and thank you, by the way, Civil Twilight, the follow. It's good to have you here. That sounds like an astronomy term. At Civil Twilight, you may be able to see the following planets. If you'd like to make a coelacanth like that yourself, you could do it on the cheap. Here is a link to that papercraft. Right here. You can download this, and you make it out of paper. There you go. It is! Oh, very cool, Civil Twilight. Welcome, welcome. That's a great name. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Man, that brings my heart joy. Yeah. Here, if you want to assemble your own coelacanth paper model, then... Oh boy, this used to just open up right there. Here, let's try that. There we go. You just print it out with a color printer, or black and white if you really want to. And, yeah, you assemble the pieces like this. So this one that I have here is made out of paper. I'm going to be 3D printing a big coelacanth model at some point when we're done with our Allosaurus. But, yeah. And Tommy Plodicus said, did somebody say Diplodocus? I'll show you the Diplodocus in a little bit. First, we got to assemble our Allosaurus. Then I'll show you the Diplodocus. And then we'll get into DEINONYCHUS, which is the star of today's broadcast. So, yeah. And Berkeley Pit Power Swimmer. Somebody is up on their Montana lore here. Holy cow. Berkeley Pit Power Swimmer, you must be invincible. For those of you who are not in the know, the Berkeley Pit is a Superfund site in Butte, Montana. And, yeah, it's filled with all kinds of noxious chemicals. They have, like, air cannons that go off to scare away water birds so that water birds don't land on the lake and then melt. It's an awful place. So, Berkeley Pit, thank you for being here. What a great name. Ah! So many cool things going on. Ooh, boy, this almost fell over. I bet you we can find a Tom Scott video about the Berkeley Pit, can't we? There we go. The toxic pit with a $3 admission fee.
35,000 tourists a year visit the Berkeley Pit.
There you go.
A century ago, this was called the richest hill on Earth. It was the Anaconda Copper Mine in Butte, Montana. It's not rich anymore, and it's not much of a hill. In the 1950s, the mine changed from digging underground tunnels that followed particularly rich veins of copper to just excavating everything, turning the hill into an open pit on a scale that is difficult to convey on camera. There were whole neighborhoods destroyed to make way for this.
That's capitalism, baby. Oh, boy. Nowadays, it's, oh, not a nice place. Really, really not a nice place. Anyway, I'm going to be getting together the 3D printed files or pieces to assemble our Allosaurus skull. We're assembling part of the brain case for this. I will be doing that while we're watching this video.
It is a mile wide and so deep that you could fit the new One World Trade Center standing upright in it. Or at least you could if the pit wasn't halfway filled with toxic dilute acid. It kills any birds that land in there for too long. In 2016, thousands of geese died in one night after a snowstorm forced them down there. The team here let me get a little bit closer than the tourists do.
Some studies were done to try to figure out how long a bird can withstand sitting on the pit water, and those studies found that it's up to 18 hours. 6,000 to 7,000 birds come through and utilize the Berkeley Pit as a resting stop per year. We're on the overlap of two major flyways, so it's to be expected.
Could you tell me what that was?
So that's a propane cannon. We have them on timers and they run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Hopefully deter the birds from ever considering landing on the water of the Berkeley Pit to begin with. If the birds land, we have a crew of personnel that observes from this shack on the hour. They log them and then attempt to haze them off. The go-to is high-powered rifles. You have that ability to hit very close to the birds from a very far distance away. And it's not so much the boom as you would expect that scares them, but it's the projectile hitting the water, creating a large splash, and that's what usually does it.
So you just shoot at their feet and make them dance, and then they fly away, apparently? Like in an old western?
In an unsuspecting world.
Oh, boy.
Living creatures from the dawn of time. What havoc will they wreak? What lives will they destroy? What depths of panic and terror will they create?
Ox Tiberius. Ox.
And their 77 raiders have arrived to wreak some sweet havoc.
How did your stream go, Ox? I hope it was really, really good. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Shoot, we are working on assembling our Allosaurus skull right now. Yeah. Boy. Lower jaw. Right here. Oh, there's Allosaurus right there in the alerts. Eating the cameraman. There is our skull. We're assembling the brain case.
Cracodon, 32 feet long and 14 feet high. 1,500 teeth, and not a single cavity.
Rabid Baboon RDS, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. And Ion Deprise, thanks for following. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Holy cow. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. We're, oh, Jelly D says, do you finish the parts after printing them all, or do they just roll out looking that good? I mean, this is straight off the printer with the supports removed. This is not sanded, not painted, not smooth, nothing. That's the beauty of this color filament. If anybody wants to help purchase more filament so we can finish this, there's a wish list. That's Claire Burr, way ahead of me, as usual. Thank you, Claire. Good stuff. Yeah. Excellent. We're assembling more of this. We were talking about the Berkeley Pit in Montana. I'll give you a link if you want to watch the rest of that video, but we don't want to get too sidetracked here. There we go. Yeah. And Ken says, couldn't see, do you have the frontals on yet? Oh yeah, Ken. They're on there. Oh boy. Very nice. Yeah. So the frontals, I think, go to down to here, and then hang on, are these part of the frontals? No, nasals, and then frontals. Or frontals? Shoot. Let's look at our revised osteology of Allosaurus, shall we? Here we are again. Good old Jim Madsen. Here we go. So frontals are, oh, these guys. Okay. So it's just like in Tyrannosaurs. For some reason I thought they extended further forward. Further to the anterior in non-coelurosaurian theropods, but I guess they don't. So there's the frontals right there. And those are right here. Yeah. So I've got the frontals on. Very nice. And we're going to be assembling part of the brain case right now. Yeah. Not too sidetracked. That's a good one. Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Yeah. Parietals directly posterior. Yeah, Ken. Right now, might actually be doing that. Part of what we're assembling today might be...
Science is like a blabbermouth who ruins a movie by telling you how it ends. Well, I say there are some things we don't want to know. Important things.
Sage words there. Thank you, Erica Flame, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah, so we're going to be assembling various parts of the brain case and the back of the skull right now. These are actually some of the bones that I know the least well, but we're assembling them anyway, obviously. There we go. Ooh, there's our brain case, and you see the big occipital condyle behind it right there. So this... Oh, there's the foramen magnum. So that's where the spinal cord goes through, from the backbone into the skull. So the spinal cord that goes into the brain goes through that hole. This is the occipital condyle. This is kind of the ball and socket joint that connects the skull to the backbone, to the cervical vertebrae, to the neck. So the juncture between the neck and the skull, right here. The occipital condyle. Think of it like a trailer ball that attaches the head to the rest of the skeleton. How big is their atlas? Pretty big, Priscilla. I'm not going to be printing the atlas, because I don't have the files for that, unfortunately. It'd be pretty cool, but it's big. Atlas would be, like that. Yeah. So a human atlas is what, like this big? Allosaurus atlas would probably be like that. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Let's get some of these bones assembled, shall we? Let's glue them together, and then I'll show off the Diplodocus skull, and then we'll get into the main course for today. Star of the show, DEINONYCHUS, in a little bit. Yeah. 3D Prema says, where to find the file? 3D Prema, let me give you a link. There it is. Unless... There's the link right there in the chat for you, 3D Prema. Thanks for asking. This is what it's going to look like when it's finished. Right now we're assembling the back of the skull. So yeah. Here we go. This part and this part. So we've got our bones from the very back of the skull right here. So bones like the squamosals and the parietals are going to be right over here. So 1 parietal, 2 parietal. That's what these ones are right here. 1 parietal, 2 parietal, like that. And it's going to go on there, whoop, just like that. Lovely. So, let's get it assembled. Grab some glue. Alright. I feel fine too, Claire. Nice. When I was a kid, this song always... Like, wait, does she have some sort of a communicable disease or something? I'm in love with her and I feel fine. Why do you have to say that? You know? Why do you have to say that?
It's got nothing to do with oil. I'm a paleontologist.
Anyway, yeah. And what do you use for gluing PLA generally? I'll show you, a mixture of cyanoacrylate, super glue, and Gorilla Glue Clear Grip. I find by combining these two, I can get a really nice kind of cocktail of adhesive that provides a little bit of flexibility, but it dries pretty quickly, and it's got some real strength to it. So, again, we'll be assembling these just like that right there. I might want to rough up the surfaces along here a little bit with some sandpaper first. Let me do that. And then, yeah, and if anybody wants to get me some 3D gloop, holy cow, would I appreciate that. Yeah, that stuff works really well, but I'm all out. All right, here is a sandpaper thing. I've been told that this was specifically invented, the sandpaper stick like this, for assembling 3D prints of dinosaur skulls. And then later, like, people in the manicure and pedicure business later adopted them for that too. But yeah, how lucky are we to have specialist tools like this, you know? Oh, very nice. All right, so we're just gonna rough up the surface right here a little bit and give the glue some texture to really hold on to.
Glue is cheap.
That's probably good enough for that one. Wipe away the chaff. And let's rough up this surface too. There we go. Nice. All right. Not too shabby. And do I use an airbrush to finish the models? Sometimes I do, Caravan. I will be for this one, yeah. I usually use spray paint for kind of the base coat. Just good old-fashioned rattle can. And then if I want to get really nice with it, I'll use an airbrush. I've got a little cheap battery-powered airbrush that I like a lot. And, yeah. Anyway, let me show you how our glue cocktail works. Let me up brightness on this, too. That's good. So, this stuff takes a while to cure. This is our Gorilla Glue Clear Grip, like that. I'm gonna put a bunch into this recess here. And then it's like we're decorating a cake. So this stuff is nice because it provides some good volume, fills in some gaps and stuff. I like it a lot. It's pretty excellent. And then once that's on there, the real clincher is our super glue. And it tends to... Ugh. Ah, shoot. Spin it the other way. Ugh. 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 It's really on there. Let me get my, snaps. There we go. Oh, boy. Ah, okay. It's finally unscrewing. I am just tearing the crud out of that cap. That's not great. But it'll be fine. And so this stuff acts as kind of an accelerant for the other glue. Makes sure that it dries relatively quickly. That's important. Oh, an interesting icon. I did not know that. Elmer's glue used to be technically edible. Huh. Alright, there's our pieces assembled right there. This is the brain case, which is consists of a bunch of different bones. And then our parietals up top, and then some other bones right there that I'm not 100% familiar with. But there we go. That is a significant chunk of the back of our Allosaurus skull. now assembled. Beautiful. Yeah. Anyway, it's good to see you here, Ike, and I hope you're doing well. Gonna be sad to see you move away from the Bay Area soon. Going off to the East Coast. But, it'll be cool to still be able to interact with you here on Twitch, Ike. And it'll be cool to see you at TwitchCon also. Anyway. And Kennedy says, Danny, I sent some Maxicure a while ago, but it's no longer on your wish list? Oh, thank you, Kennedy. Shoot. I appreciate that. Yeah. And, well, let me see if I can throw some... Do they have the 3D Gloop on the old Amazon? They do not. It's not on there. Shoot. Oh. Huh. I would definitely be willing to try this other stuff. Magigoo. I'll put that on the wish list. If anybody has any experience with this and would like to, extol its virtues, it's now on the wish list. So yeah, maybe January. I'm sure I got that, Kennedy. Thank you. Yeah, was it? This is Instacure. Was it the Instacure? That's what I have here, unless it was the one with the pink label. In which case, this is it right here. Thank you, Kennedy. Yes. I still have yet to use that. Good stuff. Yeah. Bob Smith, there it is. Thank you, Kennedy. I haven't even gotten to this yet. I've been very careful to conserve my glue, but... oh boy, is this gonna be useful when I get to it. Shoot. Yeah. Appreciate you, Kennedy. I appreciate you very much. Thank you. Yeah. And Jazz Guitar Jeff says, keep it in the refrigerator for longer shelf life. I try and keep it in a cool, dry place. But, yeah. Keeping it in the fridge, I don't know. I've had bad luck keeping glue and stuff like that in, like, other creative materials such as, what's it called? A photo emulsion for screen printing. I kept that in the fridge, and it made it expire, like, in a couple weeks. I was shocked by that, even though they tell you to keep it in the fridge. So, I don't know. I'm a little wary of that kind of thing. My fridge might be bad due to moisture. I've got roommates, and they love to keep uncovered leftovers in the fridge, so there's a lot of moisture in there. So, yeah. Anywho. Athena Cat, how are you doing? Welcome. And why is that glue not in a mustard bottle, Mayor Space? It's a good question. Yeah. You know? Yeah, anyway, this is now feeling very solid. I'm really happy about that. Let's go to our instructions for our Allosaurus skull. Right here. And we've already completed these steps. And now, yep, down to the brain case. And I've got some other pieces which are not yet printed, which are going to have to go in there, except 37 and 38. Are these done? 31 and 30 might be done. Oh, I have this one right here. This is number 30, I believe. Which, that goes like that. That should fit on... where? Nope, that's it right there. It should fit on like this. Nice. I can get that one on there right now. Oh, but I've also got these little prongy guys. Maybe I'll put those on first. I've got paired ones. Let me figure these out. It's hard to tell what that is. I think that might be... $36 and $37? Those don't look quite right. I'm confused. Anyway, we'll just put this other one on for right now, because I don't see two prongs side by side for assembling this one. We'll just do this bad boy for right now. We don't have the left and right parts. We just got the left side, I believe. And that's going to go on right there just like this. I'll repeat that for you under the other camera. So, this is the back of the skull right here. These are, I believe, the parietals flaring out like that. Right here. I'm not sure which bone this is, but we'll figure it out. Is that a pterygoid or something? What is this flange that comes off the side like that? Quadratojugal. Parietal is up there. But this guy off the side, is this the squamosal off the side right here? No. Parietal. Oh, it's pointing down. That is the... That's the quadrate, I believe. The quadrate bone. Yeah. There we go. Good old quadrate. Sticking off the back like that. For any of you who are wondering what in the heck we're talking about right now, the skull is actually comprised of a bunch of different bones. If you're most familiar with human skulls, then this might be a foreign concept to you, but the human skull is actually made up of a bunch of different bones like this. Even though they're all fused together in adulthood, those are different bones. The skull is not a bone. It's comprised of like 30 different bones in a human being. And some of those are fused up. In a dinosaur, there's even more than that. So, human quadrate bone. Oh shoot, is it not called the quadrate in humans? Oh boy. A lot of human skull bones have got like really special names, because everything about humans has got to be real special. Even though it's called, you know... Oh boy. Anyway, where is the quadrate and human skull? It's got to have a different name in humans, I guess. Is it called the occipital bone? Ugh. Anyway, let's just get this thing glued on, shall we? I think it might be part of the occipital, Priscilla. Yeah. I think you're spot on about that. Let's get this thing glued on. So I'm not even really going to bother with scuffing it up with the... There we go, with the sandpaper. We are just going to use some good old Gorilla Glue and cyanoacrylate. make it work. All right, ready? There we go. Very, very nice. Yeah. Good stuff. Oh boy, and that's gonna need some real smoothing on that side of it. Yowza. You can see where the supports were, but that's why I wanted to print this part facing up so we wouldn't have that really scrungy texture under there. That'll be less visible, and we'll make sure we hit that with the smoothing compound to make it look nice and smooth and realistic. Yeah, very nice. Thank you, Iacane. Appreciate the applause there. Yeah, very nice. So this is our left side right here. The right side is currently printing. That'll be done in about 4 hours, I think. Maybe 3.5 if we're lucky. So we'll assemble that part tomorrow. Yeah. And I really think we might be done with done printing and hopefully assembling our Allosaurus skull by the end of the week. So, yeah, exciting stuff. So this guy should be all done by Friday, I'm hoping. Cross your fingers. We shall see. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Pretty excited. But there's our back of the skull right there. The brain would be up inside of here. So this is in the brain case. So that's inside this kind of dark part of the skull right in there. Yeah, that's the part that we're currently doing. Hello, sure about it? Says Priscilla. I'm not sure. We'll see. Oh, boy. That's a real Hail Mary pun right there. Yeah. Very nice. That's the part we just assembled right here. Good. Well, shall I show you our Diplodocus skull? Let's do that. Yeah. And it is to scale, it is life-size, 3D Prima. How much is the volume? I think it's about 9 kilos, something like that. Here, it actually shows on the download page. No, sorry, 6.3 kilograms of filament used, but that probably does not include supports. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. You would love a dose of Diplodocus, says Brainington? Well, let's get to it. I was doing some cleaning here in my office on Saturday, and I found some old files from a juvenile Diplodocus skull that I had printed probably about a year ago, and I had never gotten around to assembling. And so, without further ado, let me reveal what I built on Saturday. This is a life-size 3D printed skull of a juvenile Diplodocus. So Diplodocus it used to be one of the most famous dinosaurs. It's still probably pretty high up there. Diplodocus is a long-necked plant-eating dinosaur. It lent its name to the Diplodocoids, or Diplodocoids, however you want to say it. Tomato, potato. Truly beautiful animal. Once one of the very most famous of dinosaurs. Diplodocus. There we go. There's one of my favorite Diplodocus reconstructions right there. Very long-necked, very, very long-tailed dinosaur. Some of these guys get over 90, 100 feet long. There are fragmentary specimens that suggest they may be up to like 120, 130 feet long for the very largest individuals. The world's smallest Amphicoelus. Amphicoelus probably is the same animal as Diplodocus brannington, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and this is the skull right there. Thalos says, spikes? We actually have fossil evidence that these guys did have spikes. Spines, I think is the term that we use. Running down their sagittal plane. Really cool. And what is that in meters? About 30 meters, Elder. About 30 meters. Or more. Yeah. And yeah. The neat thing is, we've got skin of Diplodocus as well. Mako Scuba, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. So we can actually tell what the animal's skin texture would have been like. Really, really neat. Yeah. There. And Tess Gallagher is lead author on this paper. Very cool. Yeah. Here we describe new uncovered fossilized skin that gives evidence of scale diversity in the genus Diplodocus. Scales themselves represent tubercles and exhibit various shapes, including rectangular, ovoid, polygonal, and globular scales. We also have evidence of kind of iguana-type spines on the back of Diplodocus, too. Anyway, Tess, I believe, is active on Twitter still, right? Let me see if I can find her. There she is. Yeah. But she works on Diplodocus and Diplodocus skin. Yeah. Favorite dinosaurs, Spinosaurus and Diplodocus. Oh, very cool. We'd have a lot to talk about, I'm sure. Anyway, she does cool stuff, so go follow her if you happen to still be on this dreadful website. Yeah. She says, slicing up some dippy skin today for research purposes. Thought I would show off the specimen I'm working on since it has some cool scale diversity. One side large, about 5 millimeter, hard to see scales. The other side well-defined square scales, roughly 1 millimeter. Neat. So anyway, Diplodocus, really cool dinosaur. And we've got really well-preserved skull material from a Diplodocus in Montana, I believe. Yeah. Juvenile Diplodocus skull. There we go. Yeah. That must be the specimen that this is based off of. Yeah. Excellent. And here is the actual scientific paper. Excellent. There we go. And look who is lead author on this. Carrie Woodruff, whom we were just talking about the other day. Carrie is an old friend of mine, actually. We dug up dinosaurs together in 2012 up in Rudyard, Montana. There's the paper. Let's have ourselves a look. Reveals cranial ontogeny and growth-related dietary changes in the largest dinosaurs. Cool stuff. Oh, and shoot, there's Jack Wilson. I didn't know he was one of the authors on this. We used to live in the same apartment. Jack was one of my roommates. Yeah. And this is about the size of this animal, maybe about 20 feet long.
Hello, I'm Sam Neill from Jurassic Park. Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses.
Triple X My Diglett 40. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. So yeah, beautifully preserved skull right there. And from that, able to reconstruct what this critter would look like. There it is. Look at that big old eye. Gorgeous. Yeah. So neat stuff. Very, very neat. Yeah. And look at that figure. Look at this adorable baby Diplodocus. Young Diplodocus. I can't really call it a baby. Look at that. Yeah. Very nice. So anyway, looking forward to smoothing this and sanding it and painting it and having it become part of our growing menagerie of 3D printed dinosaur elements. So, welcome. Young Diplodocus skull. Good stuff. One of the projects we'll be doing after we finish this Allosaurus skull is printing the skull of Dippy the Diplodocus, an adult Diplodocus. There we go. If you've ever been to the Natural History Museum in London, or the Natural History Museum in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, or Buenos Aires, Madrid, Paris, St. Petersburg, or other museums around the world, then you've seen casts of Dippy there. We're going to be printing her skull also, which looks like this. Yeah. We'll be printing it life-size. How many Dippy casts are there? That's a great question, Tommy Plodicus. Let's look that up. Let's see. We've got one in London, two in, so one. Berlin is 2, Paris is 3, Austria is 4, Bologna is 5, St. Petersburg is 6, Buenos Aires is 7, Madrid is 8, Mexico City is 9, Munich is 10. Then here in Vernal, Utah is 11, and then there's the original that's in Pittsburgh. But 11 for Vernal, Utah. They don't actually list the 12th one here, which I saw back in June. In Price, Utah. So there's a dozen casts around the world. Here we go. There's the skull right there. In Price, Utah, number 12. Currently on display at the Prehistoric Museum. College of Eastern Utah. And Price, Utah, United States. Cool stuff. So there's 12 casts around the world that we know of. This one was actually lost for a long time. Yeah. And it's not supposed to have an underbite like that, Jody Fish, no. It's supposed to look, again, like, whoop, hang on a minute. Where did that go? Yeah. It's supposed to look like this. Or like this. You can actually download it and print it on Sketchfab, which is what I've done. I've downloaded it from there. We'll be printing it maybe when we're done with this Allosaurus. But yeah. So she's supposed to look like that. She was once the most famous dinosaur in the world. This is the one dinosaur specimen that kind of introduced the world outside of England and the United States as to what a dinosaur is. It's a neat story. So yeah, we'll be talking more about that when we go ahead and print her. But that is going to take a long time. Because yeah, it's big. Her skull is something like 2 feet long. So yeah. Surroundland says, why not print the entire Dippy? I'm sure you need something for your backyard. I live in an apartment, Surroundland. I don't have a backyard. I might be moving into a house. Not my house. Somebody else's house. At some point in the nearish future, but I don't think they want a full-size Diplodocus in their backyard, so. Having a skull of a juvenile and the skull of an adult, I think it'll have to be good enough, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. Yeah. And Murph says, do sauropod skulls fuse more than other dinosaurs, or just what the model looks like? That's just what this model looks like. I mean, sauropod skulls are actually fairly unfused. You can see the individual bones here. The maxilla, the nasals, premaxillae, and then you've got all these bones in the back. Yeah. That's one of the reasons why the skulls of sauropod dinosaurs are so rare, is because they had a tendency to fall apart after death. They're not very well fused at all. And they're pretty delicate, lightweight bones. So, yeah. After death, some of these skulls just would more or less explode in a passive kind of way. And just be lost. Iacane says, that's the trick. Gotta find the skull when they're still alive. We're about 150 million years too late with this bad boy. But I like the way you think there, Iacane. The skulls of these long-necked plant-eating dinosaurs, again, tend to be very rare, to the point where sometimes we joke that maybe they didn't have skulls, you know? Maybe some of these dinosaurs didn't have heads. Maybe that's a special evolved trait that they had, you know? Because we've just never found their skulls. But it's just... that's the most delicate part of the animal, pretty much. Is the skull. So it's not often that you're going to find it. Let's look, for instance, at a Brachiosaurus skull. And you'll see what I mean. There we go. There's one in Berlin. This is Giraffatitan, technically, not Brachiosaurus proper, but very close relative. And it's got a few kind of robust elements. The maxilla right there, pretty robust. I guess the dennary is pretty robust. But the rest of these bones, really small and delicate and spindly. It's like, I don't know. What's something else that's like load-bearing but still incredibly spindly and, I don't know, like a woman's shoe or something like that? Like a stiletto heel, maybe? Or, I don't know. Like delicate parts of a bridge or something like that? Saltine cracker, a crane. There you go. Yeah. I don't know. I like the stiletto idea. It's like a... yeah, just really, really spindly little parts like that. For an animal that weighed something like 40 tons and was like 40 feet tall, you know, like 14 meters, really, really light, delicate bones up there. And that's for good reason, because these animals held their necks pretty much straight up like that. Giraffatitan. There we go. We think that these animals would have had pretty upright necks like this. You want your head to be as lightweight as possible in order to be able to, you know, hold it aloft like that, like their posture seems to have been. These guys have longer front legs than back legs. Their arms are longer than their legs. Kind of like a giraffe, so there's just constantly walking around at an up angle like this. Head probably held way, way, way high up in the air, like 40 feet above the ground, like 13, 14 meters. Yeah. So you want a very lightweight head with very spindly, lightweight bones. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Camelopardotitan. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. It's named after the common name giraffe, so, you know, we're not going to change it. The name actually was changed before Charlie's Dragon. That's the thing. This dinosaur used to be called Brachiosaurus bronchi. And then Greg Paul, and I think maybe a few other paleontologists got together and they said, this thing looks different enough from North American Brachiosaurus. We're going to give it a new genus name. Instead of Brachiosaurus bronchi from Africa, we're going to call it Giraffatitan bronchi. And that name has stuck. It's one of those Greg Paul names that, yeah, that is stuck around. Trying to be front-wheel drive like mammals, says Ken. There you go. It's a front-wheel drive dinosaur, yeah. And was this bigger than Argentinosaurus? No. Probably taller than Argentinosaurus, but definitely lighter weight. Flaky koala, yeah. Argentinosaurus would have been a lot heavier. Let's take a look at a skeletal of Argentinosaurus. We don't really know what angle this animal held its neck at. Maybe it was upright like a brachiosaur, or maybe it's more kind of straight out in front of it. We're not totally sure yet. We don't really have enough material from these animals to really be certain, because this is how much we actually have of Argentinosaurus so far. It's not a tremendous amount. That's what we've got from this animal. Most of these huge, super large sauropods are known from pretty limited skeletal material because they're so incredibly time-consuming and difficult to dig up. And, like, what are the odds of actually preserving the whole animal? If the whole animal is 130 feet long, how in the world are you going to bury that whole thing and get it to fossilize properly? You know?
Science. What's science ever done for us? TV off.
And 007 Indiana Jones, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. I like your username. Shoot, that's the thing. I think Steven Spielberg wanted to do a 007 James Bond movie, and he couldn't get the rights, so he and George Lucas came up with the character of Indiana Jones, almost as a consolation prize. Ended up making an even cooler character. Anyway, it's good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, we don't really know exactly how big Argentinosaurus could get because this is all we have from it. But based on what we have, based on the circumference of the femur and how dense, you know, like, not how dense, but how thick these bones are, we've got an idea that it's probably heavier than Brachiosaurus. But we don't know if it would have been taller. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And dinosaurs and evolution in science, how did I not follow earlier? You know, I don't know. It's a good question. It's great to have you here, Dr. Jones. Welcome. Yeah. So anyway. Diplodocus. Juvenile Diplodocus skull. I'm super excited about this. I'll hopefully be smoothing and filling in gaps and sanding and then painting this thing very soon. So yeah.
Murph gifted a tier 1 sub to 007 India.
Murph, thank you for that gift sub there. I really appreciate it. Look, we're now 1/4 of the way to our sub goal for the day. Excellent. Thank you, Murph. Appreciate you. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Today, what's the title of our broadcast today? Isn't it something to do with Deinonychus? Let's get to our Deinonychus bit, shall we? Because today happens to be Deinonychus Discovery Day. It was on this day in 1964 that John H. Ostrom found a dinosaur on the very last day of the field season. A discovery which would change the way we think about dinosaurs forever. Deinonychus holds a special place in my heart like it does for many dinosaur paleontologists. Because, holy cow, it kind of revamped the way that scientists thought about dinosaurs. We'll talk about why now. Isn't Deinonychus related to Utahraptor? It is, Tiberium Matt. We'll be talking about that. And whoops. Here, give me a second here. Let's resize this. Burp. There we go. Yeah. Here, a little bit more. Okay. Still kind of figuring out this new presentation software, but happy DEINONYCHUS Discovery Day, everybody. This is how one species of dinosaur changed the way we think about dinosaurs. All right, so DEINONYCHUS was discovered on August 28th, 1964. And the reason I think I know this is because of this book right here. Let me grab it. It's called Carbon Dates by Don Glut. It's a neat little book. Day-by-day almanac of paleo anniversaries and dino events. And so if we go toward the end of August here, there we go. August 28th, 1964. John S. Ostrom. I thought it was H. Ostrom. Hang on a minute. Is it S. Ostrom? I thought it was H. Ostrom. Huh. John Ostrom discovers the amazing dromaeosaurid DEINONYCHUS, meaning terrible claw, after the large sickle claw of its hind foot, in the lower Cretaceous Cloverleaf Formation of Montana, naming and describing it 5 years later. The find will drastically alter old conceptions of dinosaurs. The skeleton of this theropod is clearly that of an active animal, not a slow and sluggish creature, one that may have been warm-blooded. There you go. You'll see this image and hear those ideas throughout the rest of this presentation here, so let's get into it. Wikipedia says Harold. Well, thank you, Tony is my baby. Good. I got it right then, because I had said John H. Ostrom. We're not going to look at the tweet. Let's just get back to this. So, yeah. And there we go, Jody Fish. Good. Okay. Now, let's set the stage here for the discovery of DEINONYCHUS. So try to imagine yourself in mid-20th century Earth. Our picture of dinosaurs used to be a lot different back then. Dinosaurs as reptiles. Now, I put reptiles in quotation marks here because dinosaurs are, strictly speaking, reptiles. But don't let that color your thinking about dinosaurs. A lot of early paleontologists did. Because dinosaurs are reptiles, and again, I'll tell you in a minute why I'm using quotation marks around the word reptile, that kind of misled them about the biology of dinosaurs. They looked at reptiles and they looked at dinosaurs and they said, well, modern reptiles have certain characteristics. Dinosaurs must have also. Dinosaurs must have been slow-moving, like a lot of modern reptiles. They must have been cold-blooded. Ectothermic is our technical word for that. Meaning they got their energy for, you know, for movement and stuff. Their body temperature was dictated by the surrounding air temperature, by the amount of sunlight that they're able to absorb. They thought the dinosaurs were cold-blooded, like a lot of modern reptiles. But the dinosaurs maybe wouldn't have been super smart, you know, not the brightest. Because they were reptiles, they surely didn't exhibit complex behaviors, stuff like that. They thought dinosaurs must have been largely solitary, like a lot of modern reptiles. Maybe weren't the most social of animals. They thought in large part they were similar to lizards or crocodiles in their biology and their behavior and their anatomy and the way that they carried their bodies, everything else. And they thought they must be inferior to mammals. There's this old idea that maybe, dinosaurs were somehow just kind of waiting to go extinct. That mammals were just raring to take over, and eventually, mammals that were warm-blooded, active, intelligent, social, dynamic creatures with complex behaviors, they took over from the dinosaurs because that's just the way things go, That was mammals' rightful place as complex organisms. That was the old idea. And of course, there was the idea that dinosaurs were an evolutionary dead end. This was just kind of, even people who studied dinosaurs thought this was the case. Back in the early 20th century. From basically 1900 through the early 1970s, this was kind of the idea. That dinosaurs were doomed for extinction because, they're just basically giant lizards or something like that, Yeah, people had some vague notion of progress. The march of progress, says Ken. Exactly. And so you had these illustrations of dinosaurs like this, being very lizard-like, hanging out in swamps, very low-slung, low to the ground, sprawling their limbs out to the sides. This was kind of the idea for a long time. This was the assumption about dinosaurs. And we see this in Disney's Fantasia in 1941. This is kind of these animals are actually like more active than you would see, because it's got to be a film and it's got to be exciting, These are more active than a lot of the scientists of the day thought these animals really were. But you've got these swamp-bound sauropods right here, just eating these, swamp plants like this. They have to live in the water in order to buoy up their enormous weight. Yeah. And like it says, so it's a false image of dinosaurs based on a false image of lizards, kind of, yeah. Even the more, upright, sprightly dinosaurs, they're still dragging their tails on the ground. They're still not moving very quickly. Kind of lizard-like, reptilian, This was the idea for a long time. Look at this super sluggish Stegosaurus here. I mean, today we look at this and we go, that's ridiculous. What's wrong with these slow, sluggish dinosaurs? But this was the idea at the time. As the dinosaurs were essentially they were like a lot of modern reptiles, except bigger, heavier, slower, dumber. Look at the sprawling limbs on these Triceratops. Oh boy. Yeah, and no feathers to be seen anywhere. Exactly. Dinosaurs as reptiles. And make no mistake, dinosaurs are reptiles, but maybe birds are too. Anyway, we'll talk about that. Yeah. And so that's the old view of dinosaurs. This was the world into which DEINONYCHUS was born. DEINONYCHUS helped overturn this. So, 1964, John Ostrom made a remarkable discovery. And here he is to talk about it in this clip here.
This is Yale University's Peabody Museum, where John Ostrom is curator.
There's the man himself. This is back in like the 80s this was filmed. So he's getting up there in age at this point.
I'd like to introduce you to the largest painting in the world. It portrays time over a span of about 350 million years, from the Devonian period back in the Paleozoic, all the way up to the end of the dinosaur era, the end of the Mesozoic. It's called the Age of Reptiles.
Yep. Sorry about the green screen goofs there.
Here is the old picture of dinosaurs. Pea-brained giants lumbering through lush tropical foliage, gorging themselves on leaves and grass. For years, the stereotype was magnificently represented by this mural.
Since the 40s, when it was painted, a number of discoveries have been made, and new ideas have been thrown into the debate. And perhaps one of the most important discoveries was made by me.
Yes!
It was 1964. John Ostrom recalls that he had been digging for months in Low County, Montana, and not finding very much. Time had run out. His crew had packed up their equipment and were heading for their cars.
You know, we've been looking for 5 years before we found anything as exciting as this.
Oh, sorry, the closed captions keep going on and off. But yeah, let me maybe read an excerpt from a book about this real quick, in which John Ostrom is quoted. This book right here, Hunting Dinosaurs by Luis C. Hoyos. I actually read this book cover to cover for the very first time this summer in the field, and I would highly recommend it. It was written and photographed back in the 90s, but there's some really good stuff here. John Ostrom says here, it's part of the curse of collecting. The really important finds are made on the last day of a field season. John Ostrom of Yale University tells me, I remember the instant, just like it happened yesterday. And I even remember the thoughts that went through my head. I realized this is something that I had not seen before, and all I saw was a couple of bone fragments on the surface. It was 1964, the last day of his summer field season near Bridger, Montana, and Professor Ostrom was getting ready to pack his team of students back east for fall classes. He was heading across a steep slope in the Badlands with his field boss, Grant Meyer, to investigate some skull pieces discovered by one of Ostrom's students, Bob Bacher, when he saw some fragments on the ground. And this is the place. This rock structure here is called the Shrine, and you'll see it later on in this presentation. There is the dig site right there that they're working at. This was the DEINONYCHUS quarry right there. Yeah, and gorgeous coloration on this rock here. These different strata, beautiful. This region is called Rainbow Butte, and you can see why. There's John Ostrom himself with DEINONYCHUS there. Back to the story. He says, from 15 feet away, I knew it was something different. I ran to them and collided with Grant because he was much closer than I was. But he hadn't seen it yet, and bam! I hit him in the shoulder and almost sent him tumbling down the slope. The bone was so different, so beautifully preserved, uncrushed, undistorted. It was extraordinary. It was the shape of the claw. There was no other claw with that particular shape, that particular design. Without any hesitation, I said, we're gonna take it. Right now. And hello, BC23D. What a time to raid in. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
_2_3D and their 11 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
It is great to have you here. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream, BC23D? Hope it was really, really good. Looks like 3D hobbyist. Oh, very cool. Well, Pezliz, thank you for the follow. BC23D, you might be...
The last year has gone by in a blink. Thank you for sharing so much wonderful knowledge, smiley face.
Thank you, Triceratops79, for the 15 months of support. I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you. It's great to have you here. BC2, you would probably be interested to know that we're doing some 3D printing ourselves right now. If you're into 3D stuff. printing a life-size Allosaurus skull. Oh boy. Here it is right here. Yeah. Most of the fossils that I have here in my office are actually 3D printed replicas. Our baby Triceratops right here, just like in this alert.
Ontogeny.
Hi,
Mikey Likes,
everyone.
thank you for the 29 months of support. What perfect timing on that. Baby Triceratops. Baby Triceratops right there. Juvenile Tyrannosaurus, Camarasaurus, more Triceratops. Deinonychus is the star of our show today. We're talking all about Deinonychus, the terrible claw. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Anyway, yeah. Maybe Triceratops needs a movie? Agreed, Triceratops, yeah. Anyway. Excellent. And Tommy Plodicus.
Tommy Plodicus gifted
Thank
a
you for
tier
that
1
gift
sub
sub.
to Roxazolium.
Excellent. And Mikey Likes, you are in luck today. Holy cow. Because we are talking all about Deinonychus on today's broadcast. That's... Hang on a minute. There we go. It's Deinonychus Discovery Day today. Deinonychus was discovered on August 28th, 1964.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
I often do. Thank you for the 100 bits there, Mikey Likes. Thank you, thank you. And happy Deinonychus Discovery Day to you. Excellent. So yeah, we're talking all about Deinonychus here. And, I think we want to go back to here. Yeah, 1964. Our clip with John Ostrom talking about the discovery of Deinonychus. I was actually just reading an excerpt from a lovely book about the discovery of this remarkable animal. So let's get back into it. John Ostrom, on the very last day of the field season, they're packing things up. They're getting ready to drive from Montana all the way back to... Shoot, where's Yale located? Is it Connecticut? That sounds about right. I'm going to say Connecticut. They're going to drive all the way back to Connecticut, and suddenly, something happens. Suddenly, this is from 15 feet away. I knew this was something different. I ran to them and collided with Grant because he was much closer than I was, but he hadn't seen it yet, and bam! I hit him in the shoulder and almost sent him tumbling down the slope. The bone was so different, so beautifully preserved, uncrushed, undistorted. It was extraordinary. It was the shape of the claw. There was no other claw with that particular shape, that particular design. Without any hesitation, I said, "We're gonna take it. Right now." We had no equipment, just my hunting knife and Grant's sandwich knife. We probed that slope for the next 5 or 6 hours until dark. Ostrom and his crew had to wait until the next year before they got more of the predator out of the cone-like hill, which they later dubbed the Shrine. You'll be seeing that in a minute. But even without further excavation, Ostrom had found the wicked adaptation that would give this creature its name. Deinonychus, Greek for terrible claw. And here it is.
Close to where the
right
cars
here.
were parked, Ostrom noticed something in the rock. Since his tools were already stowed away, he began to scrape the dirt with his fingernails.
Yep.
This is what he saw first.
Holy cow.
Startling. I couldn't believe what I was looking at. Notice the extraordinarily large claws, sharp, curved, clearly the hands of a predaceous animal. Associated, found very close to this, was this object, obviously a claw,
Yeah.
which I thought belonged to the hand because it looks very much like the claws on those fingers. But there was no place for it to fit. And I puzzled over that for some time. But we found the answer.
There we go.
Turns out that claw didn't belong to the hand at all. In fact, it belonged to the foot. But then something more came to light in our quarry. And
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Meow House, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. I love how happy John Ostrom is here. I mean, holy cow. Just look at the joy on his face.
But then something more came to light in our quarry. And I'll show you just a part of it. Bits and pieces of the tail.
Yep.
Encased in bundles of ossified tendons.
Yep.
All along each right side, left side, underneath.
So ossified tendons, those are ligaments, which are usually soft tissue, but over the course of the animal's life, they actually turn to bone. This is common in a lot of different dinosaurs. It's pretty cool. And it shows that this animal had a very stiff tail.
This made the tail completely stiff, like what I picture as a balancing pole. It kept the animal, helped the animal keep its balance while it was using those sickles on its feet for killing whatever it was hungry for.
And Indiana Jones says, I didn't know the tendons fossilized. Neat. Tendons themselves don't, but ossified tendons do. These are tendons that actually turn to bone as the animal gets older. So during the animal's lifetime, those tendons, or I think in this case they're actually ligaments,
Ontogeny.
because they're connecting bone to bone, they actually turn to bone. They turn from soft tissue to bone as the animal is alive. They become bone. That's why they're easier to fossilize. Isn't that cool? Yeah.
Left side, underneath. This made the tail completely stiff, like what I picture as a balancing pole. It kept the animal, helped the animal keep its balance while it was using those sickles on its feet for killing whatever it was hungry for.
There we go. DEINONYCHUS.
DEINONYCHUS, terrible claw. A killing machine that came into being more than 100 million years ago.
But 120 million.
Feet to snatch and rend its prey, keeping its balance by the remarkable adaptation in its tail.
Yeah. And Ken makes a good point here. He says he was reported to have cried when they showed him the Sinoceraptorix with preserved feathers at SVP in the mid-90s. Ken, I'm so glad you bring that up.
Like the galumphing
I'll show you.
in the Yale mural, but a speedy acrobat, a racer.
There we go. DEINONYCHUS. Yeah, anywho. Maybe we'll bring that up right now, actually. Here's a wonderful little piece on John Ostrom here in the Yale Alumni Magazine. La-di-da. But anyway, Ostrom himself made tremendous contributions to dinosaur science. The man who saved the dinosaurs. Dinosaurs were lumbering, stupid, scientifically boring beasts until John Ostrom rewrote the book on them. Largely, partly, because of his discovery of DEINONYCHUS. So wonderful little article here. I will share this with the chat. There we go. Here he is with DEINONYCHUS right there. But the reason I want to share this is because of this comment right here. This makes me so happy. So, yeah, first comment on here is from none other than Jim Kirkland. Jim, who I was working with this past summer in the field. Jim is currently the state paleontologist for the U.S. state of Utah. And great guy. This is, I think, more or less an obituary for John Ostrom, right? This is from, no, shoot, 2014. I think John Ostrom died in 2005, so never mind. Anyway, yeah. But this is a wonderful tribute to Ostrom here. And Jim says, John Ostrom was always very kind to me as a young paleontologist. His old professor, Edwin H. Colbert, had been my mentor well into his retirement in Flagstaff, Arizona. When I first started making discoveries in the lower Cretaceous of Utah 25 years ago, John sent me stacks of literature to get me on the right track of what would become my life's work. Naming that giant dromaeosaur raptor, Utah raptor Ostromaeosaurus, was just a small bit of my admiration for this great man. In 1990, at the annual meeting of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology in San Diego, when I showed Bacher the killing claw of Utah raptor, he just blew it off as a crushed Torvosaurus claw. But minutes later, John Ostrom was swinging it around, displaying its size and life and what kind of damage it would have been able to do. He attracted a very good crowd, a good crowd in a very Bacher-esque manner, and he would hate hearing that. That's really funny. Bacher was one of John Ostrom's students, and they later on had a rather contentious relationship, as many people have had with Bacher. That's a story for another time. But Jim says, finally, the literal... Nope. Shugas50, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Jim says, finally, the literal high point of my career... I think he means figurative high point of his career, but whatever. Yeah. Jim is Jim. The high point of my career was at the 1996 SVP Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting at the American Museum of Natural History in New York, where I co-moderated the dinosaur session. So as a young scientist, I was already on a cloud. However, my greatest memory was standing alone in the hall talking with John Ostrom about my research when Phil Curry walked up to us with Professor Yen and showed John the first feathered dinosaur found in China. Remembering the tears welling up in Professor Ostrom's eyes always brings tears to my own. Certainly witnessing John's confirmation of his prediction that feathered dinosaurs probably existed was my personal professional high point. This moment I treasure more than all my dinosaur discoveries, as for the first time I felt I was truly a part of paleontology's history. Thank you, John. That is a beautiful story. And we'll be talking in a little bit about why that was so important to John Ostrom too. This discovery that dinosaurs had feathers is something that he predicted back in the 1960s. Then, almost 30 years later, it was confirmed in beautiful detail. There can be maybe nothing else more beautiful to a scientist than having his or her ideas shown to be correct. Having the fossil record bear out your hypotheses and go, yep, this thing that you stuck your neck out for a long time ago, turns out it's true. That's a wonderful feeling. Holy cow. So yeah. Anyway, back to our presentation here. It really is a special moment, Lenina. Absolutely. Yeah. All right. Now, hang on a minute. There we are. Yeah. So, 1964, John Ostrom makes this remarkable discovery. Then they dig it up over the next few years. They've got multiple specimens of the same animal, I believe. The discovery itself was at a place called The Shrine, as we just read in that book. This is a photograph of it right there. This is near Rainbow Butte. You can see why this area was called Rainbow Butte. Beautiful, beautiful stratigraphy there. This is from the early Cretaceous Cloverleaf Formation, about 120 million years ago. The early Cretaceous of Montana. Really beautiful. Yeah.
Astonishing, simply astonishing. One of the most singular specimens I've encountered in all my distinguished career.
Well, well, well.
About my work. What did you want to show me, Lisa?
Thank you, Axon Radio, for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. So, the discovery. August 28th, 1964. That is 40. That's 59 years ago today, isn't it? Excellent. After 5 years of prospecting, Ostrom finds a theropod dinosaur. Let me continue reading that book there. So, Ostrom and his crew had to wait until the next year before they got more of the predator out of the cone-like hill, which they later dubbed the Shrine. That's it right there. But even without further excavation, Ostrom had found the wicked adaptation that would give his creature its name. Deinonychus, Greek for terrible claw, had sickle-like claws on its foot. It would flick them out to rip open its prey like a kickboxer with switchblades for toes. Maybe. Or maybe not. That might not be exactly what it was using those claws for. But yeah. They were very active, agile, leaping animals, Ostrom explains. They had sophisticated balance control with their tail, which was completely encased in bundles of ossified tendons, like we were talking about. Which was completely in long rod-like structures used to make it more rigid, like the balancing pole of a tightrope walker or high wire walker. Balance control was absolutely essential for their unique mode of attacking and killing. My interpretation of the site is that a flock, if that's the right word, or herd of Deinonychus were assaulting a victim, a Tenontosaurus, an herbivore, which is probably about half the size of one side of a tennis court. It wasn't a giant or a record setter by any means, but it was big, maybe 10 times heavier than each Deinonychus. So we'll get into that interpretation a little bit. Yeah. And oh, we already watched that part, didn't we? Yeah. And so, further study of this animal. Well, it was first named in 1969. We actually had a special stream about this on February 25th of this year. Deinonychus Day, the anniversary of the publication, but I realized today was the anniversary of its discovery. Might as well have another special stream about Deinonychus today. There's a little infographic that I put together. Infographic. Photo montage, I guess. Celebrating this animal. Let's look at that original scientific paper, though. That was published on February 25th, 1969. And there it is. Right there. Beautiful. So this is an in-house journal. I guess Ostrom wanted this to be published ASAP. And so he published it in-house at the Peabody Museum at Yale. February 25th, 1969. A new theropod dinosaur from the lower Cretaceous of Montana. Yeah. And every day is a good day for a Deinonychus stream. There you go, Mikey Legs. Yeah. Yeah. Very nice. So this was just a quick and dirty publication that he did in order to get that name out there and talk about this animal. And figure that beautiful hind foot right there. Take a look at that. This is the left foot of this critter. Thank you, Miguel C. 1443 for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, and there is that claw figured, that deadly sickle claw like this. Yeah, and it's actually kind of funny because, yeah, Oh, never mind. I was gonna make a point, but it's not here. That'll be in the next paper, I think. There's the hand. So he gets this published February 1969. And then Derp, come on now. Oh boy. There we go. Yeah. Further study is when this animal really starts to shine. We'll talk about why. So in July of the same year, 1969, Ostrom, who must have already been at work on this paper, publishes a lengthy monograph describing in detail all of these really interesting features of this animal. So the word osteology, like in the journal there, that means like the bone structure. Osteology is the study of bones. The osteology of Deinonychus, an unusual theropod from the lower Cretaceous of Montana. The thing is, this was the first of the raptor dinosaurs. It's really important in that regard. And Darth Goof, thank you for those 24 months of support. I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you, thank you. It's almost a whole year, isn't it? Thank you, Darth Goof. Yeah! Yeah. Good stuff. Now, let's look at that paper right there, shall we? And here's a link to it if you'd like to read it yourself. This is the detailed paper that Ostrom published that same year. There we are. How do we do full size? Whatever. Scrolling down. There's a really clunky viewer here, but it'll work. Yeah. So, a monograph, this is one of these things that, like, it takes a tremendous amount of work in order to put together such a detailed publication on an animal like this, but man, is it worth it to science. It's, yeah. So this is what really, like, what really helped cement Deinonychus as a really important animal. And there it is. Yeah. The Yale Deinonychus Quarry, southeast of Bridger, Montana, photographed by Ronald Brown, August 1966. So this is where they were digging there, and look, they were able to get the vehicle right up to the back of it. That's awesome. That's an easy site to work if you could just back up the Chevy Suburban and whatever that thing is. Right there. Lovely. But this is the shrine. What a special place. Again, shrine almost holds with it kind of religious significance because this was such an important place for dinosaur paleontology. Yeah. So throughout this, he's got, you know what? Let me see if I can find this in a less clunky place. My personal PDF library, 1969, Ostrom. Come on now. There's the original publication on Deinonychus. I'm looking for the monograph, though. There we go. Yeah. I think that might be it. Bingo. Lovely. All right, this will be much easier. Yeah. So there we go. Description of its skull. There's a maxilla right there. Pretty much every bone they had from this animal was figured in this paper. Extremely detailed description. Really, really excellent stuff. This would really establish Deinonychus as an extremely important dinosaur. And also help cement Ostrom as one of the greatest dinosaur paleontologists of the 20th century. Excellent stuff. I would really not mind getting an original copy of this. There are rare booksellers who sell this online. I would love to get hold of a physical copy one of these days, but I don't know, we'll see. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Oh, and Indiana Jones, we'll talk about that. The different dinosaurs that had feathers, we'll talk about that in just a little bit. Because that's the thing, after John Ostrom published this monograph right here, when he showed the world what the particular anatomy of this animal was, and was able to demonstrate that, I wish we could turn this sideways, that this is a lithe, lightly built, graceful, very fast-moving, very bird-like animal that helped change our perception of what dinosaurs were. John Ostrom suspected that this dinosaur may have had feathers. He doesn't say it in this publication, I don't think. Yeah, the word feather doesn't seem to appear in this. Let's make sure that the text search is actually working, though. Text search is not working. Never mind. The word feather could be in this, and I wouldn't know. Yeah, it's not in here either. Anyway. Yeah. But John Ostrom suspected this animal might indeed have had feathers. And, he was later vindicated. There's this classic drawing that his student Bob Bacher did in that 1969 monograph, and this would become absolutely iconic. There were a million different people who basically copied this to the point of, like, plagiarism, practically. This was the image of Deinonychus for a long time, basically until the 1990s. Because after John Ostrom's initial discovery and study of this animal, and then his publishing of a monograph on it, making it really, really important for studying theropod dinosaurs, Deinonychus gained tremendous popularity. It became a staple of dinosaurs in pop culture. Just about every dinosaur book had a depiction of Deinonychus after 1969. It became an extremely important dinosaur. To the point where there were even songs written about it.
In the early Cretaceous period, after Allosaurus and before Tyrannosaurus rex.
Let's find some images of Deinonychus.
He measured close to 10 feet long and only 5 feet tall. Deinonychus.
This is a dinosaur that was in all of the children's books in the 70s and 80s and 90s. And here's a knockoff of Bacher's illustration right there. There's the original. There's the knockoff. Semi-knockoff right there. You get the idea. Yeah. It joined the pantheon of the most famous dinosaurs.
To hold his prey, sharp claws were used to grip. But the deadly claw was on his foot, the one
I have this book right here. Yeah.
Deinonychus, with his powerful jaw. Deinonychus, with his terrible claw.
There we go.
Wasn't a big dinosaur, but still the scientists say
The Big Golden Book of Dinosaurs.
the very fiercest hunter of his day. Deinonychus, with his powerful
Yeah.
Deinonychus,
One of the most famous dinosaurs around. This continued about until the 1990s. And then Deinonychus was, well, its popularity continued, but kind of under a different name. We'll talk about that. Yeah. So yeah, it's gonna be stuck in your head for a while. Sorry, Tommy Plodicus. So it goes. That is off the album We Sing Dinosaurs, a children's album from, I think, the early 1990s? Somebody can look up when that was published. But yeah, that's got to be the best song on the album. It's good stuff. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Now, something really interesting happened when John Ostrom was studying Deinonychus. He realized something extraordinary. He realized this animal was incredibly similar to another critter, whom we call Archaeopteryx. Archaeopteryx is often heralded as the first bird. It's an extremely bird-like dinosaur, or maybe depending on how you look at it, maybe an extremely non-avian dinosaur-like bird? Here is my 3D print of Archaeopteryx right here. This is the Berlin specimen of Archaeopteryx. And like we'll see in the video coming up in a minute or two, it's got a long bony tail like a dinosaur, teeth in its jaws like a dinosaur, claws on its wings like a dinosaur, but holy cow, it's got wings with preserved feathers. It's like a beautiful intermediary, a transitional form, to use a stupid term, a missing link between dinosaurs and birds, and holy cow, it's extremely similar to Deinonychus. So let's talk about that. Here we go.
The animal kingdom is made up of major groups, recognized by key traits. Fish have fins. Some land animals have 4 legs. Others, 6.
Some have 8, like arachnids.
And several different groups have wings.
Sure.
Biologists have
There
long
you go, avoid, yeah.
how groups of animals and their key features evolved. And one of the greatest mysteries has been the origin of birds.
Yeah. Well, not a mystery any longer, really.
It has more than 10,000 species of birds with feathered wings.
A lot of birds. A lot of birds.
Where did birds come from? And how did wings and feathers first arise?
I love this because here are some of the people I used to work with. There's Brian Baziak right there. I've got a lot of stories about Brian from Museum of the Rockies. There's Jade Simon right there, I believe. There's Carrie Woodruff, who we were talking about earlier with sauropods and Diplodocus. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, this is a Museum of the Rockies crew.
It's a dinosaur.
And Tiberia Matt, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
Find out. Scientists have scoured the fossil record. And they have uncovered surprising twists in the evolution of birds from their flightless ancestors. In the past 30 years, we found a treasure trove of new fossil discoveries. They've made the origin of birds one of the best documented transitions in the history of life.
Good stuff. And a big part of that is DEINONYCHUS, which we'll get to in a minute here in this video. Good stuff. Holy cow. In November, you guys are going to get sick of all the dinosaur bird stuff because we do a lot of, dinosaurian origin of birds material before Thanksgiving, where I'm hopefully this year going to be assembling I don't have a turkey skeleton, but I'll be doing a chicken skeleton, assembling that live on air as we talk about the dinosaurian origin of birds and how your turkey or chicken or budgie or ostrich or whatever you eat at Thanksgiving, or I don't know, people who eat meat, whatever. If you eat birds, those birds are literally dinosaurs, and we'll be talking about why. But Thanksgiving provides a neat little, excuse to talk about that. Yeah. And Sunday, FGC_TX says, dang, my son would love this stream. Tell your son about the stream. Holy cow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Let's continue.
I'm fascinated by birds. And as a paleontologist, I've spent
This is
my
Julia
career
Clark.
chasing their evolutionary origins in the fossil record.
Is this loud enough, by the way? Should I make it louder?
What makes birds unique are their wings. They're made of feathers that are stiff yet flexible.
Yep.
And bird wings are even more remarkable than airplane wings because they can flap, which allows them to maneuver rapidly and ultimately defy gravity.
Hang on a minute. Let me... Do I have... filters... off? Shoot. I don't know. That was not supposed to be like that. Sorry about the chroma key weirdness there.
The quest to understand the origin of birds and other animals began in earnest over 150 years ago.
I'll see you later, Ovoid. Thanks for being here.
When Charles Darwin wrote The Origin of Species, he argued that every major group of animals evolved
as much as you can, and you can't enjoy science alone. You have to share it.
Romulius, thank you for the 3 months of support. Welcome back. Great to have you here. All right, what are we talking about with old Chucky D? Let's go back. Oh, no, hang on. Shoot.
From a pre-existing one.
Rip.
Gravity.
There we go.
The quest to understand the origin of birds and other animals began in earnest over 150 years ago. When Charles Darwin wrote The Origin of Species, he argued that every major group of animals evolved from a pre-existing one.
Yep.
He predicted that we would find
This
fossils
bird goes
with
there.
features that linked one major group to another. In fact, he staked his theory of evolution on the existence of these intermediates.
Yeah. And he turned out to be right.
No fossils were yet known that reveal these transitions. Then, just 2 years later, a marvelous creature was unearthed from a limestone quarry in
Yeah. Our Archaeopteryx.
The 150 million year old fossil named Archaeopteryx rocked the scientific world. This Archaeopteryx fossil is truly remarkable. It preserves in fine detail feathers along the wing, just like those we see in living birds.
Yep.
And
So what she has there is a cast, a lot like mine. Right here. Here we go. Yeah, I happen to think mine is a little bit better painted. Looks a little bit more like the original, but same thing. Mine's 3D printed, obviously. Printed this myself. and painted it. One of the wonderful things that you can do with a 3D printer nowadays. Yeah, but same specimen right there. Same specimen. Yeah, is that a full fossil? What do you mean, Bruce Lee? I mean, it is... It's maybe missing the tip of the tail?
Feathers along the tail.
But yeah. But that's because it just kind of stops.
The bony features tell a very different story. If we look closely, we'll see teeth in the jaw.
Yeah. Is that the... That's not the original.
Claws preserved in the hand, and a long bony tail,
No,
lacking in living
not the
birds,
original. This is a really good cast.
things we think of as traditionally reptilian. For Darwin, it must have been an incredible vindication. He predicted that we would find forms like these.
Yep. Yeah.
Archaeopteryx pointed to a close link between birds and reptiles. But which group of reptiles?
Which indeed? Which group of reptiles, chat? Which... Oh, shoot. I forgot what this software... Okay. There we go. Which group of reptiles do you think might be most closely related to birds? I wonder. Turtles, perhaps? Snakes? Tuataras? Which group of reptiles might be most closely related to birds? May have, you know, had a branch that evolved into birds. Godzillas? Crocodiles? Tradoon? And Eleka says, I still love that turtles are closer to birds than lizards. They are. Yeah, they're archosauriformes. So yeah, they're closer than lizards are.
Between birds and reptiles.
But
But which group of reptiles? Flying pterosaurs have been discovered with light, hollow bones. But their wings are constructed very differently than the wings of Archaeopteryx and birds.
very differently, to the point where they can't be related.
Here is a tiny pterosaur, and if we take a closer look at its arm, we'll make out 3 small digits.
Yep.
And a 4th, which is really, really long.
Oop, that's 3, and then the 4th one is super
The membrane
long.
of a pterosaur wing attaches to this 4th digit and along its body and hind limb.
So yeah, that's the thing. A lot of people don't realize this. The name pterodactyl means wing finger. Pterosaur is the term that we paleontologists use to talk about these animals. Pterosaurs is the group. But their wing is mostly made of their ring finger right there. This finger is super, super long. It's longer than the rest of the arm that actually forms the wing membrane.
In contrast, the wings of Archaeopteryx and birds have only 3 digits,
Yep.
and their feathers attach individually along their arm and hand bones. These differences tell us that pterosaurs and Archaeopteryx evolved flight independently. Archaeopteryx must have descended from different reptiles.
Not from pterosaurs, yeah, but from whom?
Thomas Huxley, Darwin's champion, was astonished by Archaeopteryx's resemblance to a turkey-sized dinosaur called Compsognathus.
Compsognathus. There you go, Mikey likes. Fan of
Compsognathus's hand
Compsognathus.
also had 3 digits. It had hollow bones and stood on 2 legs.
Yep, like a bird.
Similarities like these led Huxley to propose that birds are related to the branch of reptiles called dinosaurs. But other scientists questioned this conclusion. Birds appeared so different from dinosaurs, and some characteristic features of birds, like wishbones, seemed to be missing in dinosaurs, but were
That's
present
true.
in other reptiles.
Yep. Remember when we were talking about the kind of assumption that, you know, dinosaurs are big and sluggish and reptilian and blah, blah, blah? They can't be related to birds, right? This was kind of the assumption that a lot of scientists were working under at the time. And then there were also things like the missing wishbones, the furcula, not present, it seemed, in dinosaurs. The fused clavicles, there you go, Tommy Plotticus, yes. The fused clavicles are the wishbone, the furcula.
Articulated foot.
Until
When paleontologist Jack Horner began his career,
my old boss.
that birds
Yeah.
could have come from dinosaurs.
So, Jack, why was it so hard to believe that birds and dinosaurs were related?
Most of the dinosaurs that the public knew about were really big. Like, you know, this is a shoulder blade of a sauropod, and sauropods were gigantic.
Scientists thought that dinosaurs were cold-blooded and slow-moving, like other reptiles.
Oh, and Freelancer, thank you. I'll do that tomorrow, okay?
Dinosaurs being...
Dinosaur deep dives from now on, I think, are going to be the day after they're requested, so I have some time to actually prepare some material like this. So if you can tune in tomorrow, Freelancer, we will do that. Even if it is a pterosaur, we'll still cover it.
agile and hopping around. They look at these big giant things.
The ponderous Trachodon, 32 feet
And
long,
Heavenly Carp, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
and not a single cavity.
It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Yeah.
Tiles.
People couldn't imagine dinosaurs being agile and hopping around. They look at these big giant things and they lumber. There's no way to relate them to birds.
Well, there kind of is, but still. That's not the group that birds evolved from.
Ben?
Oh, and here we go. You're wondering why we're showing this video.
Of dinosaurs is the absolute prerequisite to the evolution
Oh,
of large
Trek
mammals,
Chess.
and to our own existence for that matter.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. If you're wondering why we're showing this video, this is what ties it all together again. Deinonychus. And so we're digging up right here.
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet.
Thank you, Phoenix.
Or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Thank you for the 32 months of support. Holy cow, that's almost a whole year, isn't it? Phoenix, I appreciate you more than you know. Thank you very, very much for keeping me here online for the past 32 months. Holy cow. Thank you for your support. All right, let's get into our Deinonychus here.
Ben, in 1963,
Yeah.
Nostrum discovered a fossil in the Badlands of Montana that challenged that view.
Here we go.
What John Ostrom first found was this claw. Obviously
Yeah.
close to a foot. It was not a claw for walking on.
Uh-uh.
Dinosaur actually used that claw for slashing.
Or for
Deinonychus was
hooking.
small,
Yeah.
with a
Anyway.
delicate build. It
Yeah.
ran upright on two legs.
Yep.
It had a long, stiff tail for balance.
For gripping. That's a better word. Thank you, Claireberg. Gripping.
Big and lumbering.
Yeah, and Charlie's Dragon, she did say 1963. I think that's unfortunately an error, because it was, as far as I know, 1964 when John Ostrom discovered Deinonychus. So I think that is a bit of an error there. Yeah. And I'll be back Friday. Oh, I might actually be gone on Friday, Sunday FGC, but I'll stream on Saturday if you're available on Saturday. I got to change the schedule a little bit. But I think I might actually be... I'll either stream extra early on Friday or I'll skip Friday's stream and do Saturday. I still have to figure that out. But Sunday, I will see you another time. Thanks for the follow, and hopefully I'll see you soon. Yeah. Yeah.
Ostrom hypothesized that the animal would scale its prey and start using its slashing claw and probably eating the animal while it was alive.
Yep.
Ostrom's discovery set off a revolution. What if dinosaurs weren't slow, but warm-blooded and fast-moving, like birds? When Ostrom compared Deinonychus to Archaeopteryx, he saw that they both had lightly built, hollow bones.
Mm-hmm. Really, really important. John Ostrom found a lot of tremendous, these are not coincidences, the similarities between Deinonychus and Archaeopteryx. Archaeopteryx, universally regarded as, one of the earliest birds, or at least very, very close to birds. Deinonychus, it's a small but still decent-sized theropod dinosaur, much larger than most birds, and it's extremely similar. They've got all of these really uncanny similarities. There's something going on here.
And they shared even more features, including
Yep.
long arms and similar hip and shoulder bones.
Yep.
Ostrom concluded that birds did descend from dinosaurs, as Huxley had argued.
Yep.
Not from lumbering sauropods, but from another lineage called theropods.
The meat-eating
that walked
dinosaurs.
on 2 legs
Yeah.
and included T-Rex and agile predators like Deinonychus.
Hmm?
While some scientists did not accept this idea at first, supporting evidence continued to accumulate, including the discovery that theropods had a feature of birds not previously found: a wishbone.
Oh, yeah.
People had sort of looked for them and really didn't know what it was going to look like. And then
Yeah.
all of a sudden, we started finding them.
Yep. When you know what you're looking at, it's easier to find.
Wishbone of Tyrannosaurus rex.
There you go. There's a T-Rex wishbone right there. And here is my T-Rex wishbone right here. This, just like in a turkey or a chicken or any other kind of bird, this is the furcula, the fused clavicles, the wishbone. This is my 3D print of a Tyrannosaurus furcula. But take a look at that. Pretty cool. And in really complete Tyrannosaurus skeletal mounts, you will see that wishbone right there in the middle. There it is in Sue. You can see that in between her clavicles right there. That kind of V-shaped bone. In Sue the T-Rex. Yeah. Does this one have it? This mount does have it too. Yeah, you could see it there in the chest. This is the holotype Tyrannosaurus at the museum in Pittsburgh, is it? There's the furcula right there. Yeah. Very nice. Yeah. And Reanimated Bit says, can I ask a question concerning a potentially unrelated dinosaur? Go for it, Reanimated. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, let me wait for Reanimated's question here. And check my notifications. Oh, and thank you for the follow on Twitter there, Ash. I appreciate that. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway. Excellent. And, iMeta says, why hollow bones? Well, if your bones can be hollow, then they can be half the weight with just as much strength sometimes. So if you can be both lightweight and strong, then why not be?
Science as much as you can. And you can't enjoy science alone. You have to share it.
Nightshades Glow, thank you for the 3 months of support. I appreciate that. Thank you for that Prime there. Good stuff. Thanks for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. Like birds, for example, have they're very efficiently built. You know, their bones are still very strong, but they're very, very lightweight. That's one of the keys for dinosaurs getting really big, actually, is having hollow bones. Hollow bones don't necessarily mean that they're brittle or delicate. It just means that they can get really, really big without being too heavy. There's some sort of a law or rule or formula in engineering where as a structure gets bigger and bigger, its strength actually decreases relative to its weight. So, like, the heavier something gets, the less strong it is relatively. So if you can find a way to make something more lightweight as you make it bigger, the stronger it'll be, and the less susceptible to failure it'll be. And so a lot of dinosaurs, different dinosaur lineages were really, really good at this, at making their bones ever larger, but more lightweight as they got larger, you know? So they never reached the point where they were so heavy that they collapsed in on themselves, you know? So yeah. Some kind of cube law. There you go, Indiana Jones. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. And a reanimated bit says, with a name like Magnapolia and its translation to just large paw, when do we think of larger dinosaurs? When we perceive a large stature, but there is evidence for a fat dinosaur? I don't know if I understand your question, reanimated bit. I think Magnapolia might be named after Greg Paul. Let's look it up. I think Magnapolia used to be Lamiosaurus laticatus until it was given its own genus. Magnapolia, here we go. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Latest Cretaceous, northwestern Mexico, Baja California. We've got a lot of material from this animal, fairly complete. What does the name mean? Yeah. The generic name is a combination of Latin Magnus Large and the first name of Paul G. Haga Jr., the president of the Board of Trustees of the Los Angeles County Museum of Natural History. Okay, never mind. It's not named after Greg Paul. It's named after Paul G. Haga Jr., who has got his own Wikipedia page here. Yeah. He's the acting CEO of NPR? That's interesting. Anyway. So yeah, this is a big dinosaur, one of the biggest of the hadrosaurs. And it was named in honor of a businessman, I guess. Okay. I don't know if I understand your question, Reanimated Paul. When we think of larger dinosaurs, we perceive a large stature, but is there evidence for a fat dinosaur? Oh, I think I see what you mean. Yeah, we definitely know of some dinosaurs that were very rotund. Ankylosaurs are a good example. So dinosaurs like Ankylosaurus would have been very broad, had very, very wide rib cages. Ankylosaurus might be a good example. An extremely broad dinosaur. Really broad rib cage. Yeah. Look at that right there. Look at the way that's been reconstructed. It's got sprawling limbs, which is not correct, but yeah, these would have been wide boys. And there we go. This is Tarchia. Tarchia was the one I was trying to think of. Shoot. That's an extremely wide boy. So this is a dinosaur that's wider than it is tall. Look at that. Yeah. Pretty extraordinary. Yeah. Chomp indeed, Alaka, yes. Yeah. Like a walking coffee table, Charlie's Dragon. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Almost turtle-like, yeah. I guess. Yeah. Pretty cool critter. These armored dinosaurs, plant-eating dinosaurs, they could get pretty wide. Yeah. And Aleka says, Ankylosaurs would float, more or less, making me think they could probably swim. They may have been top-heavy, though, which may have been a problem for them. We've got a lot of examples. of these animals preserved in ocean bottom sediments. And so it might have been that they were very top heavy and maybe flipped over and drowned in some cases. Because for whatever reason, we find these guys at the bottom of ocean, like at the bottom of the ocean, ancient oceans, surprisingly frequently. This is Borealipelta here. That was discovered at the bottom of ocean sediments. Papasaurus, Niobrarasaurus, Edmontonia, I think. Aletapelta, probably our coolest dinosaur from California. Also found preserved like this, just sank down to the bottom of an ocean. So yeah. Yeah, they got to open water somehow. Maybe they got washed out to sea from a river. Maybe they drowned while trying to cross a river or something. It's kind of a mystery why these animals so often are found at the bottom of oceans. But it happens, you know? Yeah. So anyway. Yeah. I've not tried to float the model yet. It would definitely sink. This one is definitely heavier. More dense than water. But this is a remarkable reconstruction of this animal, Borealipelta, which is actually, based on an exquisitely preserved specimen from Alberta, Canada. So well preserved that we can actually tell what colors it was. So these colors are accurate. This animal would have had kind of a reddish orange, or orangish reddish, or reddish brownish, orangish brownish coloration. Well, like you see here, and lighter underneath than it is on top. That specimen is so well preserved that we can actually tell its coloration pattern. Extraordinary. Oh yeah. Yeah. Anyway, whether these animals were preserved on ocean bottom sediments because they went swimming more often, or maybe they were just more likely to wash out to sea because they would flip over during river crossings, or maybe they're just more likely to float all the way out there because their skin was so tough and it couldn't puncture as easily. They could bloat up with, gases as they decompose, and then maybe it took them longer to pop. So maybe they would drift further out to sea. I don't know. I don't know. It's an interesting question, one I don't have an answer to. So yeah. Bruce Lee says, were there dinosaurs that swim underwater? Yes, but they're not as you would expect. There were very few ocean-going dinosaurs during the Mesozoic. Here's one of them. What we call a Hesperornis. This is a seagoing bird. These guys swam underwater. We know that for certain. There's two of them swimming around. There's a pterosaur diving into the water too next to them. Yeah, but these are pretty much the only underwater dinosaurs. I don't believe, for instance, that Spinosaurus would have been an underwater dinosaur. The science just doesn't seem to bear that out. So yeah. But anyway, that's a discussion for another time. I'm working on a publication on Spinosaurids right now, and some of the stuff I can't yet reveal before it's published. So stay tuned for that. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And tides, Inky, or Inko. Yeah, tides are relatively a minor thing. I don't know if anybody's actually studied what tides would have been like during the time of the dinosaurs, but, well, the time of the dinosaurs. We're talking about 170 million years here. There would have been, that's a long time. So yeah. Sea levels were certainly higher during certain times in the dinosaurs' reign. Like, for instance, here, 90 million years ago. 90 million years ago. There we go. Really high sea levels. Part of Africa flooded. A large part of South America like this. North America was bisected by a shallow inland sea. So sea levels were certainly higher back then. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Good stuff. How shallow are we talking? Probably like the Mediterranean nowadays. So like the Mediterranean Sea today is fairly shallow, or the Caribbean. This would have been about similar, like that. Yeah. Yeah, does that make sense? And Smay says the moon would be closer, only a little bit closer, Smay. Not enough to really change the tides that much, I don't think. Yeah. And Bruce Lee says, could there be fossils on the bottom of the ocean of undiscovered dinosaurs? Maybe in a few places. But that would require sea levels to be lower than they are today, which is tough. I mean, sea levels are pretty low today because there's a lot of ice on planet Earth today. It was not necessarily like that during the time of the dinosaurs. For the most part, sea levels were higher during the Mesozoic because temperatures were generally warmer than today. That's why scientists are worried about places like, you know, Florida. Florida will be underwater in like 100 years if current trends continue. It was underwater during the Cretaceous like this. It will be underwater again soon if ice continues to melt on planet Earth. As the temperatures continue to rise, the climate continues to warm, we're going to return to something like this again. Florida will not be there anymore. So yeah, nothing of value will be lost. I'm joking. I'm from Florida. Word of the day. Gallows humor there, but I appreciate you for it. Yeah. So anyway, where will Florida go? Where will Florida man go? I mean, he'll either have to adapt to living in salt water, or he'll move to Michigan. Actually, seems like a safe bet. He'll move to Michigan. Michigan kind of seems like the Florida of the North. I think he'll move to Michigan. Yeah. Detroit man. There you go, like Nudo. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. We were talking about Deinonychus here, and we were talking about wishbones. We're talking about all this good stuff. Let's continue.
When scientists analyze the skeletons of theropods and birds,
This is Museum of the Rockies. I used to work here, everybody. I know these collections.
they found too many similarities.
One of the world's largest collection of dinosaur fossils. Might still be the largest in the world, outside of China at least.
Any explanation but common ancestry.
Yeah.
Jack's collection at the Museum of the Rockies offers an opportunity to compare their features.
Oh, here we go.
Here's an Albertosaur tibia. As you can see, it's hollow, just like a
Yeah,
modern
look at
bird.
that. Very cool.
This is a T-Rex foot. What we see here are 3 forward-facing digits that bear
Yep.
the weight of the animal.
And one in the back.
Back, a much smaller digit.
The hallux is what it's
Take
called.
a look at this chicken foot, we'll see the same pattern. We've got 3 forward-facing digits, and on the
Yep.
back, a much smaller one.
Yes,
All
indeed.
dinosaurs share an S-shaped neck. You can see it here. And
This is Saurornitholestes, by the way, from the late Cretaceous of Montana.
and in living birds like this chicken.
Yeah.
New kinds of evidence also emerged. In 1978, Jack made the surprising discovery of a vast dinosaur nesting ground.
Yeah. Egg Mountain.
We discovered that dinosaurs nested in colonies and cared for their young, brought food to their babies. We also had evidence that they came back probably over and over again for many years
Yep.
to the same site.
What we call site fidelity.
In a radical shift by the 1980s, a consensus was finally building that birds descended from theropod dinosaurs,
Yep.
from active predators that walked on 2 legs. But scientists were about to discover the most startling evidence of all. mid-1990s, farmers in northeast China began unearthing dinosaurs 120 million years old.
Holy cow.
And these fossils preserved astonishing detail. In 1996, I was a first-year graduate student at my first scientific meeting.
Oh.
Was this passing around pictures?
Was this 96 or was it 97? Let's see. Well, that's not the right one. Hang on a minute. Give me a second here. There we go. Yeah, 1996. There we go. Good stuff.
Pictures of this dinosaur. This chicken-sized theropod, named Sinosauropteryx, did not have scales. It was
Look at
covered
those.
in some
Oh.
primitive kind of feather.
Beautiful.
To see those photos of a tiny, fuzzy dinosaur, it just blew everybody's minds.
Yep. And so again, to go back to this, for those of you who missed it, toward the beginning of stream, here's a comment on this article about John Ostrom, the discoverer of Deinonychus here. This is from Jim Kirkland. I was so pleased to find this morning. This made me so happy. So Jim was there at this meeting in 1996 in New York City, I think, at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. Nope, hang on. He says, no, San Diego was, no, hang on. No, it was, yeah, New York, 1996, at the American Museum of Natural History. He says, my greatest memory was standing alone in the hall talking with John Ostrom about my research when Phil Currie, famous dinosaur paleontologist from Canada, walked up to us with Professor Yen and showed John the first feathered dinosaur found in China. That's exactly what Julia Clark was talking about right here. Yeah.
In 1996, I was a first-year graduate student at my first scientific meeting.
Shoot, her first scientific meeting was as a graduate student? It was a different time, I guess. Anyway, nowadays you gotta get started as like a high schooler.
They were passing around pictures of this dinosaur.
Yep.
This chicken-sized theropod, named Sinosauropteryx, did not have scales.
I mean, it did have scales on its legs and stuff.
It was covered
Presumably.
in some primitive kind of feather.
Very cool.
To see those photos of a tiny, fuzzy dinosaur, it just blew everybody's minds.
Yep, and as Jim Kirkland recalls...
I'll tell you another.
Oh, hang on a second. Clockwork Ninja. Well, well, well. Or 16 months ago. You're not gruesome, Clockwork Ninja, and I appreciate your 16 months of support. Thank you for that. That is extraordinary, and I appreciate that more than you know. Thank you for keeping me here on the air for that long. That's truly wonderful. So Jim was there at that meeting in 1996, and he says when Phil Currie walked up to us with Professor Yen and showed John the first feathered dinosaur found in China. So they're showing this to John Ostrom, discoverer of Deinonychus, an early champion of the idea that birds evolved from dinosaurs. And Jim says, remembering the tears welling up in Professor Ostrom's eyes always brings tears to my own. Certainly witnessing John's confirmation of his prediction that feathered dinosaurs probably existed was my personal professional high point. This moment I treasure more than all my dinosaur discoveries, as the first time I felt I was truly a part of paleontology's history. Thank you, John. That must have been an extraordinary meeting to be at. Holy cow. That's part of the magic of scientific meetings, I guess, you know? Yeah.
This dinosaur was just the first of many fuzzy and feathered theropods to be uncovered.
Yep.
Another, called Caudipteryx,
Armored giant, wreaking his prehistoric fury on modern man and his puny machine.
Peter Zamon, thank you for the follow and welcome to the channel.
Feathers identical
good to have
to
you here.
living birds on its tail and hands.
Yeah. Thank you,
but
Peter.
lacked wings. With the discovery of these spectacular feathered finds, there was no longer any doubt that birds were related to theropods.
Oh, yeah.
But
Oh, and shoot, who is this, chat? You know this little medium-sized feathered theropod. Who's this guy right here? Anybody know?
While feathered dinosaurs settled one question, they raised a new one. These animals could not fly. Why were they feathered?
Yeah, why would Troodon and other theropod dinosaurs have feathers if they couldn't fly?
It was long assumed that feathers evolved for flight. But what we found was that clearly feathers predate flight and arose for some other purpose.
Bizarre. Why would that be?
So why did the first feathers evolve? That's hard to tell from just the fossil evidence.
Yeah.
But living birds may offer answers.
Yeah.
Feathers provide insulation, so the first feathers might have helped keep dinosaurs warm.
And
birds also...
Mirrodin says warm. Ding, ding, ding. Yes, indeed. Mirrodin. Yes, indeed. Temperature regulation. Bean counter. Yes. That's one of the answers. That's one of the things that feathers are good for. But another thing is display.
So use colorful feathers in communication.
Yeah.
In courtship and in territorial displays.
What a crazy looking bird.
Dinosaurs may have used feathers in the same way. Feathers likely played different roles at first. And then were modified for flight.
They needed Riz too. There you go, Bean counter. Yeah.
Structure for a new use.
Dinosaurs were the king of Riz. Kings of Riz. Kings and queens.
It's a common way that new structures and abilities evolve. Bird wings are modified forelimbs, once used for grabbing and feeding.
Yep.
Just as the walking limbs of land animals are modified fins.
Yep.
And the turtle shell is a modified rib cage.
Yep. Yes, indeed.
So the co-option of feathers for flight enabled Archaeopteryx and its relatives to take to the air. And other features also evolved. When we look at evolution after the origin of flight, we see a lot of characteristics of living birds gradually accruing. But not in a simple linear sequence.
No, it's much more complex
Like
and
other
interesting than that.
dinosaurs, this crow-sized bird had large claws on its
Confucius
hands.
ornis is its name.
But like living birds, it had a toothless beak and a short, bony tail.
Yeah.
While this species had teeth, its hand bones were partially fused to form a stronger wing. And this bird had a large breastbone for well-developed flight muscles, like
Nice.
living birds. But it also
Hey,
had
Feister,
teeth.
how's it going? Welcome, welcome.
We don't find forms
Yeah.
that are somehow lockstep intermediate between Archaeopteryx and living birds.
Yeah, evolution's
We
more
find
complicated than
diversity
that.
of forms we could not have predicted.
Yep.
For tens of millions of years, an assortment of scaly dinosaurs, feathered dinosaurs, and many types of birds lived together.
Yep.
Then, 66 million years ago,
Oh boy.
almost all of these creatures died out. A 6-mile-wide asteroid
Yeah.
slammed into the planet
Yowza.
and triggered a global mass extinction.
And this almost wiped out the birds also. There was something like, I think 90% of bird species also died out at this time. This is an unpublished figure from, 94% of bird species also died out at this time. So yeah, that extinction event was truly horrendous. These are the extinction rates of various groups of animals. 90% of mammals died out. 90% of the mammal species. 92% of lizard and snake species. 22% of turtles. 40% of freshwater fishes. 20% of crocodilians and champsosaurs. 22% of like salamanders and newts and critters. 94% of birds. 100% of the non-bird dinosaurs. So yeah, holy cow, that's yowza. We're very lucky that we, as mammals, our ancestors survived that, and the ancestors of modern birds survived that too. And Toblis says, was it the worst extinction event? No, it's not. The worst extinction event is at the end of the Permian period, the one that kind of paved the way for the dinosaurs. The one that dinosaurs evolved after. The end Permian extinction event was like 90% of all species on Earth died out. And that one was caused by global warming. By like massive release of greenhouse gases by volcanoes at the time. We're basically doing the same thing right now as human beings, but we're just speedrunning it. The Permian mass extinction took millions of years to complete. As human beings, we're basically trying to do the same thing over the course of a few hundred years. So unless we stop that, like, immediately, we're going to potentially drive ourselves into extinction, too. So, rut-row indeed, Afro-Bandit Girl, yeah. It's really bad. It's really, really bad. Oh, boy. Yeah. Even if we don't end up going extinct, you know, we will make the Earth a miserable place to live on a couple hundred years from now. It'll be intolerable, you know? Life will once again be nasty, brutish, and short for human beings. So anyway, mass extinction any percent, glitchless. There you go, like Nudo, yeah. Great dying speedrun any percent, says Ilaka. Oh no. Yeah. Anyway, back to this.
Only a small group of toothless birds survived. And they evolved into the 10,000 species of birds we see today.
Yep, they really took over the Earth after that.
We once might have said that the dinosaurs all died out.
Not anymore.
But now we know that living birds are a lineage of theropod dinosaurs in the same way that we are a lineage of primates.
There you go. Yeah.
Have dinosaurs gone extinct? Absolutely not. We separate dinosaurs into two groups now.
Yep.
The non-avian dinosaurs, fortunately, have gone extinct.
Fortunately for us, I guess.
And the avian dinosaurs are still alive, making it a beautiful world.
Yep.
Dinosaurs are still with us. We just call them birds.
Pretty cool. Once again, it was John Ostrom's discovery of Deinonychus that helped us to realize this. Pretty cool stuff. So there we go. Deinonychus. How one species changed the way that we think about dinosaurs. Good stuff. I hope you enjoyed. I think we'll watch one more video about Deinonychus here. Because Deinonychus didn't just help us realize that birds are living dinosaurs. It also helped us kind of reimagine dinosaurs.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Reanimated Bit, thank you for that Prime sub there. I appreciate that tremendously. Holy cow. Thank you for using those Bezos bucks there to help feed this paleontologist. I really appreciate that Reanimated Bit. I really do. Thank you, thank you. If anybody else is, maybe you happen to be subscribed already to Amazon Prime, get that 2-day delivery or whatever it is. But maybe you're not, maybe you don't yet have your Amazon Prime account linked to your Twitch account. Well, if you don't, let me show you how to do that. You can scroll down. If you're on your browser right now, you can scroll down and click that to link your Amazon and Twitch accounts. You may or may not know that Amazon actually purchased Twitch a number of years ago. So Twitch is now like an Amazon affiliate. They're under the Amazon umbrella. Amazon is their parent company. And so you go to Prime Gaming, your Twitch accounts, you click that link. Blah, blah, blah. There you go. Mine's already linked. But there's a link right there. Let me put it in the chat for you too. Just in case anybody happens to be...
Looks like a half-plucked turkey and walks like a pot-bellied bear.
Except for Cephalime. Thank you for those 19 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Anyway, every last little bit helps, you know? Shoot, this is my full-time job. This is how I pay the bills. I'm streaming here on Twitch 5 days a week. So if you happen to already have Amazon Prime, you want to help support me, it won't cost you a dime. You already get one free Twitch Prime sub every month. If you're not using it, why not use it here? Anyway, that's that. Yeah. Here, let me scroll up, and I think we've got a question here. Triceratops79 wants to know, birds are reptiles and fish and dinosaurs. No? How strange? Yeah, birds are reptiles and fish and dinosaurs. Think of it like a Russian nesting doll, you know? Like this. Matrushka doll. Where's one where they open up? Anyway, they kind of nest in each other. So, here, let's go to, our Tree of Life here. And we'll go to, Tetrapoda. Tetrapods. These are land-living animals with 4 limbs. So tetrapods are everything from turtles to lizards to snakes to opossums, Sicilians, lemurs, frogs, birds. Oh, holy cow, Bean, thank you for the Ko-Fi support there. I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Thank you, Bean. Excellent. I really appreciate that. Yeah, wonderful. Yeah. All of these critters belong to another group. So, like, everything that lives on land and has limbs, amphibians and birds and mammals and reptiles, they belong to another group called Dipnotetrapodomorpha. This is lungfishes and tetrapods. Lungfishes and tetrapods are a group of lobe-finned fishes. So tetrapods are included within lobe-finned fishes. You and I watching this right now, or me streaming and you watching, chat, we're fishes together. Because our ancestors evolved from fishes. So there you go. And the coelacanth, yeah, reanimated bit. Coelacanths are right there. Yeah. Coelacanth? Coelacanth, 2 species. They belong to this group too. Yeah. And lungfishes are even closer to us, like the Australian lungfish and various other species. South American, Kenyan, slender, marbled, and West African lungfishes are, they belong to this group, lungfishes and tetrapods. So yeah, arms are just modified lobed fins. They literally are, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Yeah. We'll be talking about this extensively in December as we celebrate the discovery of the coelacanth. December 23rd. It's not just the Festivus for the rest of us, it's also the anniversary of the discovery of the coelacanth, December 23rd. So we'll be talking about that in December. I hope you're there. Yeah. So anyway, good stuff. That being said, let's get into this video about Deinonychus and the discovery that most dinosaurs were warm-blooded. Here, I'm going to play you this video right here, and I'm going to go run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Enjoy.
In 1964, a paleontologist named John Ostrom dug up some fascinating fossils from
Yeah, Deinonychus fossils. That's why we're talking about this today. Good stuff. I'll be right back.
the mudstone of Montana. The fossils were of a slim, sleek dinosaur with sharp, curved claws on its feet and a long tail supported by tendons that allowed it to work like a rudder. From the evidence, Ostrom could tell that this new dinosaur was an active, agile predator. But that was totally at odds with the popular interpretations of dinosaurs at the time, which was that they were all slow, dumb, lumbering beasts. This revolutionary discovery was given the name Deinonychus, or Terrible Claw, and Ostrom's description of it set the stage for what's known today as the Dinosaur Renaissance, a total rethinking of what we thought we knew about dinosaurs. And one of the key questions that scientists revisited was whether dinosaurs were warm-blooded or cold-blooded. For decades, paleontologists have been studying this question like 6 ways from Sunday, attacking it from every angle. And so far, the answer seems to be they were both warm-blooded and cold-blooded. But also, neither? And also, maybe that's not even the right question to ask. Because the fact is, almost 50 years after the dinosaur renaissance began, this one fundamental function of dinosaurs' bodies, their metabolism, remains mysterious to us. But what we have learned about dinosaurs' metabolism is that it was probably diverse. And experts are starting to think that maybe it's not a question of either or, yes or no, hot or cold. The clues that we have are conflicting and fascinating and surprising. And they could tell us a lot, not just about how strangely diverse dinosaurs were, but also about the evolution of modern birds. And maybe even why the non-avian dinosaurs are no longer with us. You've probably heard of metabolism as a kind of shorthand for how many calories your body uses to keep you alive. But more accurately, metabolism refers to all of the chemical reactions that go on inside an organism, like the ones that convert food into energy and the ones that build compounds that its cells need. These chemical reactions also produce heat, and warm-blooded animals use this heat in what's known as endothermy. Endotherms can make enough heat that they often don't need to rely on their environment to stay warm.
Sorry, it's a little loud.
This
Let me
sets
turn
them
it down.
apart from ectotherms, or so-called cold-blooded animals, like most fish, reptiles,
That's better.
amphibians, and invertebrates.
Yeah.
They mainly rely on their environment to set their body temperature. This difference in temperature regulation means that endotherms can live in more variable environments and are usually more active than ectotherms. So
Yep.
figuring out if an animal is warm or cold-blooded can tell us a lot about how it lived, which
Let me catch up to chat right here, see if I missed anything. You should come down under. The exchange rate is pretty decent right now. Down under? You mean down to Australia? They have been canna strike. Oh, maybe that's a good idea. See how you're going down there. That would actually be really lovely. I'd love to take a trip to Australia. Holy cow, that would be that'd be awesome. I was actually just planning out for what is Australia's National Day called? Is it called Australia Day? Australia's National Day is called Australia Day. There we go. Friday, January 26th. On January 25th, I'll be having a special stream. 25th my time here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Of course, we're one day behind Australia. But we'll be having a special stream on that day. The 25th here, which will be the 26th in Australia. Talking all about Australia's dinosaurs and everything else. But yeah, that'll be cool. That'll be really cool. So, anyway, it's called Australia Daya. Is that right, Mirden? Anyway, Australia is, in all earnestness, a place I've dreamed of going from the time I was a little child, and so I would love to be able to go. Maybe next year will be the year. We'll have to see. Yeah. But yeah. Love that postcard background. This one? Thank you. It's an animated postcard. Look, those waves are moving. Yeah, good stuff. Greetings from the beautiful San Francisco Bay Area, where I was born and raised and where I live right now. Good stuff. I thank you, Baja Spencer. You sleep well. I will see you later. Let's get back to our video here. Talking about dinosaur metabolism and Deinonychus.
Which is why experts have been puzzling for so long over which ones the dinosaurs were. And in the early days
Mostly
of dinosaur
warm-blooded.
paleontology, people mostly thought dinosaurs were just big lizards and lived the same basic life as your average iguana. In fact,
Totally
the
wrong.
first dinosaur
Totally
named
wrong.
was Megalosaurus, the great lizard, based on its fossils, including a partial jaw.
Oh, I know this fossil. I know this one. Yeah, beautiful. This is my 3D print of the original Megalosaurus denary there, lower jaw. Beautiful, look at that. I can't wait to get this thing painted so it looks even more like the real thing. But yeah.
Jaw and thigh bone. Naturalist William Buckland described it in 1824 as a huge lizard that was probably amphibious. Within a decade of that find, two more prehistoric reptiles were described: the duck-billed iguanodon and the armored Hylaeosaurus. And together these
Big Daddy Porrits, how are you doing?
paleontologists
Welcome,
Richard
welcome.
Owen in 1841 to propose the clade Dinosauria, or the terrible lizards. But then, in the 1870s, a new discovery challenged the idea of dinosaurs as
Yes. Archaeopteryx here. Gorgeous. Truly angelic. We've talked all about this critter today. Let's continue.
as plodding simple beasts. It was the discovery of Archaeopteryx. Archaeopteryx belonged to a lineage of flying dinosaurs called Avialae that sits between feathered
Avialae.
like Deinonychus and
Avialae is how you
It had
pronounce
some
it.
distinctly bird-like traits, like a wishbone, wings, and flight feathers. And it could probably fly, at least a little. But it also looked a lot like other dinosaurs. It had sharp teeth, 3 clawed fingers, and a long bony tail. And its ankles and wrists were also distinctly theropod-like. The discovery of Archaeopteryx was the first indication that dinosaurs were more than oversized lizards. They also seemed to be active animals that might have been related to birds. But these ideas didn't really take hold until John Ostrom resurrected them in the 1970s, when he described Deinonychus as a bigger version of Archaeopteryx.
Oh, that's a beautiful photo right there. Oh man, that's really lovely. But this is the holotype of Deinonychus right here. Most of the skull, they actually didn't have most of the back of the skull for this. I don't think they had a brain case or anything. But, yeah, these bones are super, super important. These are figured in that monograph that we were looking at. The monograph is like the detailed description showing all the drawings of bones and everything else.
Archaeopteryx. He argued that birds descended from dinosaurs, and that animals associated with birds, like active lifestyles, agility, and most importantly, endothermy, got their start in an ancient creature that probably looked like Deinonychus. Ostrom's ideas fundamentally challenged our understanding
Not the best
of
Deinonychus drawing, though.
and because of that, Deinonychus may be one of the most important dinosaur fossils ever discovered. But Ostrom's initial argument was based on the bigger general features of Deinonychus. With the development of new sophisticated tools, paleontologists became able...
Is that Ellen Lamb right there? I think it is. I think that's Ellen doing some histo right there. Yeah, that's Ellen right there. Holy cow. I used to work with her back at Museum of the Rockies. Yeah. Yeah.
Sophisticated tools, paleontologists became able to examine fossils down at the microscopic level. And this gave experts a tremendous amount of new information.
Shoot, there she is again. That's Ellen. Right, that's 100% Ellen Lamb. Yeah.
Of new information, but still, in many cases, the evidence has been either inconclusive or conflicting. For example, as early as the 1960s, researchers began studying bone tissue. Typically, fast-growing...
And Reanimated Bit says, I used to work in a histopathology lab. Very cool, Reanimated Bit. That histology is one of the things that is That's like super, super important for dinosaur paleontology. Histology is one of those things that, holy cow, it allows us to figure out which dinosaurs are actually mature when they died, and that has tremendous implications for dinosaur taxonomy and biology and everything else. Histology is vitally important for dinosaur science. That's super cool, Reanimated Bit. Very, very cool. Yeah.
Active endotherms have a type
You
of
recognize a lot of this stuff, probably.
bone. This type of bone grows really quickly and looks kind of woven, like fabric. And it's also dotted with these little features known as Haversian canals, which are the pathways that blood vessels use to bring nutrients to the fast-growing tissue. By contrast, the bones of ectotherms grow more slowly and have fewer of these canals. And they're also lined with dark rings that show when the bone growth slowed down, which happens in cold-blooded animals during times of seasonal stress. So what do dinosaur bones look like? Do they have the woven pattern or rings? Well, some dinosaur bones have lots of weaves and some have lots of rings.
That's the thing. Dinosaurs are very diverse creatures. Holy cow. Dinosaurs stretch from everything like hummingbirds to enormous sauropods the size of a jetliner. You know, dinosaurs are an incredibly diverse group morphologically. And so it makes sense that we would have had different metabolisms. But for the most part, if somebody on the street asks you, you know, they grab you by the lapels and they go, "Hey, were dinosaurs warm-blooded or cold-blooded?" You can say, well, you know, a paleontologist told me dinosaurs were mostly warm-blooded. Mostly. There's maybe a few exceptions. Maybe some of the ornithischian dinosaurs had metabolisms that were a little bit more similar to those of crocodiles or something, but for the most part, dinosaurs were warm-blooded. Yeah. And hello to you, Delta. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Yeah. My job was putting cells on slides. Very cool, Reanimated Bit. Very, very cool. And if Thalos says, "Is this a problem you have often, Danny?" Oh, yeah. People are always grabbing me by the lapels and asking me what the metabolism of dinosaurs, you know, ectothermic or endothermic? And I go, well, mostly endothermic. Yeah. Happens on, you know, probably 7 or 8 times a week, you know?
DEINONYCHUS, for example, has no bone rings.
Rat Acid says, throw the question back to them, avian or non-avian? There you go, Rat Acid. That's actually... Are we talking about bird dinosaurs or dinosaurs that weren't birds?
Bones have lots of weaves and some have lots of rings. DEINONYCHUS, for example, has no bone rings and was probably more like an endotherm. Archaeopteryx, on the other hand, did have rings, indicating that was slow-growing and probably more of an ectotherm. So some dinosaurs appear to have
Archaeopteryx, really?
While others have signs of being ectothermic. But getting mixed results from bone tissue is not unheard of. Fibrolamellar bone has been found in animals that we know are cold-blooded, like young alligators. And rings of slow
fast growing
also appear in some modern warm-blooded animals, like deer. So another way to learn about...
Well, some deer live in very seasonal environments where there's not a lot of food to eat during the winter, and so they might not be growing all that much during the winter. Might have a lot of, you know, lines in their bones. So, yeah, you know, it's complicated. But I don't know. And like histology for metabolism is tricky. Well, yeah.
Dinosaurs' metabolism is to look for anatomical features in their fossils that we know are related to endothermy. For example, mammals and birds both have noses that are lined with features known as respiratory turbinates. These are little webs of bony tissue that warm up air that's entering the lungs and remove moisture from the breath as it's being exhaled. It's an adaptation that
Tomas says, so most of the ones that are warm-blooded live in hot places? That's the thing. Oh, cold-blooded, you meant. Yeah. Ectothermic animals that are cold-blooded, you know, turtles, lizards, snakes, crocodiles, etc., they tend to do better in areas that are warmer, nearer the equator. You're not going to find too many alligators up in Alaska or Siberia or down in Antarctica. But you will find other animals that are warm-blooded. Penguins down in Antarctica, you know, caribou way up north, polar bears, you know, other endothermic, warm-blooded animals at higher latitudes like that. So yeah. That's why when you go to the tropics, you probably see a lot of lizards and snakes and turtles. But the further north or the further south you go from the equator, those ectothermic animals tend to be less and less common the further north or the further south you go from the equator. So yeah. And how thin do you want the specimen as well? Really thin, like almost microns thin, reanimated bit when we're doing dinosaur histology. Yeah. And Norway has one snake. Have you met this snake, Mirden? And what's her name? Now I know what you mean. You actually have a native species of snake in Norway? I did not know that. Shoot, I gotta look this up right now. Norway native species of snake. Hang on a minute. This says Norway is home to 3 species of snake. The European adder, the European grass snake, and the European smooth snake. Well, well, well. Yeah. Norway's lone... So there's one venomous snake. The European adder. And European grass snake, Norway's water-loving reptile, European smooth snake, the shy serpent. Sletsnok, as it's called in Norwegian. Sletsnok. Huh. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. You live so far north that we have 0 snakes here. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. I wasn't trying to call you out, Mirden. It's cool. Now you've got 2 more snakes than you thought you had. That's awesome. Snakes are... I like snakes. I hope you do too. Yeah. Anyway, here's a link to this if anybody somehow thinks I'm making this up or something. Yeah. Oh, and that's very cool reanimated bit. With tissue pathology, they just embed the tissue in wax. So maybe we'll watch a maybe actually we'll watch a really quick video about this right here. Let's see. Dinosaur histology. Let's see. With Ellen Lamb. Holy cow. Oh, sorry, that's super loud. Merm.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of the Rockies in Bozeman.
Okay, here's Ellen Lamb right here.
Before we begin cutting things up, it's important to take a number of initial steps. The first one is to get permission for your project and make sure that you have correct permission to permanently alter the fossil.
Yeah, you...
The next is...
you just go cutting up people's dinosaurs. Sometimes they're not happy, so permission's important sometimes.
Gather data from the fossil while it's in one piece. And then the next step is to then gather, let's see, I'm trying to think of the best way to approach this, if I want to hold up pieces or not. Okay, I'll just tell you again.
You could tell she was doing this live. Yeah.
Get permission, gather data from the specimen, and then you are ready to make thin sections of your specimens.
Yeah.
So I think
so here's how that works.
We'll show you in hand. So once we have that correct permission, we want to gather data such as photographs, CAT scans. We can do 3D scanning of a specimen.
Yep, just to get its full extent, all preserved.
Of our specimens before we begin, so we figure out how to put all the parts and pieces back together.
Anyway, is she going to talk about?
And the one in your hand is the real fossil. This is the real heavy fossil.
Anyway, so I'm making casts of it, and then the resin. Did she talk about the resin?
Ready to begin making our thin section slides. So we'll take the actual fossil material, and we will embed it in plastic resin.
Plastic resin.
And is that close enough?
Yeah, you can even hold it a little closer to that camera too.
Okay.
Yep, and that plastic resin is that clear area surrounding the fossil.
Correct.
Yep. So you're basically losing a chunk of the original bone to this process, and then you can cut it even thinner and then grind it down to the point where it's so thin that light can pass through it, and then you mount it on a microscope slide.
That plastic resin enables us to cut a very thin slice of fossil material and have it stay intact.
There you go.
Later in today's presentation, you will see me thin sectioning a specimen on the saw.
Cool.
That thin slice is then mounted onto a frosted glass slide.
Yep.
With a
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Ranger Cleric.
Roaming, no audio. Well, sucks to be me. Be cool. L.
Well, thank you, Ranger Cleric. I hope your situation improves soon, Ranger Cleric, but thank you for those 100 bits.
And then I spend many happy hours grinding and polishing this full specimen, full wafer, mounted to the slide, down to that final thin section slide.
So reanimated bit. Is this familiar at all to what you were doing? Is this similar?
Why do we mount it in plastic resin? And I'll check in with Angie as answers come in. And again, then this is our final thin section slide.
Awesome.
Yep.
So
Thin enough to pass light through it.
us why we put that clear stuff around the fossil, that plastic resin. Why do you think when she is making this fossil really thin, why did she put clear stuff around it first? Go ahead and type your answers into that chat box. You can just take a guess.
And excellent. So now we're ready to look at some dinosaur bones under the microscope.
Great.
Yeah. Oh, cool, Jandra. I did not know that. Volcano Doc was doing thin section stuff like this. Pretty neat. Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, there's John right there.
A lot of you have been able to join us, and if you haven't, you can come see us someday in the future.
That would be wonderful. You're going to get a peek at some of the things we have on display here. So,
anyway, yeah.
one more time.
Is she actually going to do some like slide preparation on in the broadcast? Because that would be super, super neat. Maybe that's not on this video, though.
While I catch up over here.
Anyway, cool. I will give you a link to this if anybody wants to see the thing in full, but histology is extraordinary. I cannot... It's like impossible to overemphasize how important histology is for dinosaur paleobiology. Oh boy, to actually have an independent test aside from just morphology as to whether a dinosaur is a new species or is not. Is it mature? Is it immature? Is it still growing? What's going on with it? This is, it's extraordinarily important. Yeah. But yeah, and Rat Acid says all snakes are cold-blooded, right? I think most, if not all snakes are ectothermic. Yeah, cold-blooded. Yeah. And a reanimated bit says, so the cut section of tissue is thinner than hair, and they lay it on a still bath of water to keep it from floating off before they stick it to a slide. Wow, that might be a little bit thinner than what we're dealing with fossil bone like this. But anyway, let's get back to our video here about warm versus cold-blooded dinosaurs, etc.
Anatomical features in their fossils that we know are related to endothermy. For example, mammals and birds both have noses that are lined with features known as respiratory turbinates. These are little webs of bony tissue that warm up air that's entering the lungs and remove moisture from the breath as it's being exhaled. It's an adaptation that helps us and other endotherms retain more heat and water during respiration. So finding respiratory turbinates in a skull is widely considered to be evidence of...
And so this is, I think, like a dog skull right here, and it's just been... Like, here's the snout, and it's been like cut through like that. So you're looking at those nasal turbinates inside of there. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Endothermy. And in the 1990s, researchers studied the nasal regions of 3 species of theropods and 1 ornithischian. They found that, in all cases, the nasal passages were too narrow to have respiratory turbinates, and instead they more closely resembled those of ectotherms. But because nothing is straightforward on this topic, in 2014, researchers reported what seemed to be respiratory turbinates in fossils of pachycephalosaurids from North America and Mongolia. And then in 2018, similar
and
nasal
ankylosaurs
features in two
too.
different species of ankylosaurs are shown to have functioned like turbinates. Now, other scientists have used lots of other lines of evidence to answer the same question, like trying to estimate dinosaurs' blood pressure, brain size, predator-to-prey ratios, and other things. But all of those investigations have also produced mixed results. So it seems that some dinosaurs were so active that they probably ran a little bit warm, even if they were otherwise cold-blooded. And we know that this is at least possible because that's how some fish live, like modern tunas and landed sharks.
Yep, so these are different groups of, bony fishes and cartilaginous fishes, chondrichthyans and osteichthyans, where they are warm-blooded, despite being fishes. People think of fish as being cold-blooded, but tuna are able to actually generate their own body heat by swimming, and so can great white sharks and their other relatives, other laminid sharks. So again, metabolism is one of these things where there's some gray areas there. There's some stuff that you wouldn't expect. There's some critters that don't follow the rules. So there you go, warm-blooded fish. Absolutely, Mirdan. Holy cow, tuna are incredibly active. Like, it's really, like, an extraordinary shame that people eat these fish, because they're basically like, think of them like the fish version of a dolphin or something, you know? Like, they're intelligent, they're active, they're very social, they're warm-blooded. Yeah, it's honestly such a shame that people do terrible things to these fishes. As people do to many, many animals. But anyway, I'm not going to get into that now. Warm-blooded. White sharks, tuna. Really cool critters.
These animals use a sophisticated network of blood vessels to keep the heat generated from their working muscles inside their bodies, instead of losing it to the cold ocean waters around them. So even though most animals today are either one or the other, dinosaurs were probably somewhere in between. Some dinosaurs were more ectothermic, while others were more endothermic. Animals like this, that control their body temperature in a variety of ways, are mesothermic, and today they're pretty rare. But of course,
and I don't necessarily agree with this conclusion, because it doesn't really take ontogeny into account. Like, there are certain dinosaurs where, like, you histosample them, and some, like, members of the same species, ontogeny, like in Plateosaurus, for example, and some of them it's like, oh yeah, this is an ectothermic animal, and it could be its sibling right there next to it, and it's like, oh yeah, well this is definitely, a warm-blooded animal, just based on. There may have been a lot of plasticity, in dinosaurs like this, where, like, the conditions that they're living under, how much food they're able to get, that sort of thing may have contributed a lot to, like, the biology of these animals. So yeah, the whole mesothermic thing seems like a cop-out to me, Like, dinosaurs were very complicated. To say that, oh, dinosaurs were mesothermic, like, no, dinosaurs would have had wildly varying metabolisms. And sometimes that would vary even like, members of the same species may have had different metabolisms based on their life histories. It's really crazy. So, yeah, and also, dinosaurs, as they grow and mature, like, their metabolisms would have changed. When they were really small, early in ontogeny, they would have been extremely fast-growing, would have generated a lot of their own body heat, that kind of thing, but then later on, maybe they transition to a more almost ectothermic leaning metabolism, where they're not getting as much of their energy from food and stuff. I don't know. So yeah. And Atreus says, I feel like the concept of a warm and cold-blooded is dated at this point. Seems too binary. Yeah, it's really more of a spectrum, Yeah.
Animals like this, that control their body temperature in a variety of ways, are mesothermic, and today they're pretty rare. But of course, I've just been talking about the extinct dinosaurs, the non-avian dinosaurs. What complicates this picture even more is the fact that avian dinosaurs, aka birds, are all warm-blooded. So how did that switch happen? How did a group of animals completely reorganize its physiology to go from mesothermic?
And no, the dinosaurs that led to birds would have been endothermic. That's where birds got that from. It's not like Maniraptor and theropods were mesothermic. Anyway. And Mia Miyakoto, yes, indeed. In nature, everything is a spectrum, pretty much. There's a lot of gray areas in nature. You know, a lot of in-betweens, a lot of beautiful ambiguity. That's the way the natural world works. The natural world, nature in general, very rarely falls into either or. You know, strong binaries, black and white. There's a lot of beautiful spectra of gray in between, usually. You know? Always be suspicious. Anytime somebody tells you, like, oh, well, you know, in nature, things are always black and white. Like, that person doesn't know anything at all about nature. It's an extremely naive thing to say. They don't know what they're talking about. So, yeah.
Endothermic to endothermic. Well, modern birds can tell us some interesting things about the origins of endothermy. Think of a baby bird. When it hatches, it's naked, and it depends on its parents for warmth. It's basically a little ectotherm. But as chicks develop, their tissue...
But that... except... This is true of altricial birds, not of precocial birds. Precocial birds are birds that are able to get up and run as soon as they're born. Think about, like, baby ducks or ostriches or something like that. They might need a little bit of warmth from their parents, but otherwise they could just get up and go, you know? Maybe they'll mention this in the video, or maybe not. We'll see.
And tell us some interesting things about the origins of endothermy. Think of a baby bird. When it hatches, it's naked, and it depends on its parents for warmth. It's basically a little ectotherm. But as chicks develop, their tissues start producing more energy through the mitochondria in their cells. As a result, the mitochondria give off more heat. It becomes an endotherm. Now, we don't really understand what causes the mitochondria to kick into high gear, but experts think it may one day tell us a lot about what mechanisms could be at play in the evolution of endothermy. We do at least have a sense of when endothermy evolved in birds. The fossil record shows that in the mid-Cretaceous period, birds had respiratory turbinates, as you'd expect in animals with a...
There we go. There's Hesperornis, by the way, an underwater diving dinosaur.
Very high metabolism needed for flight. And by the late Cretaceous, birds were fully endothermic, and not a moment too soon. Stop me if you've heard this before, but 66 million years ago, a combination of volcanic activity and a massive asteroid impact...
Probably mostly the asteroid, honestly, at this point. It may be that the volcanic activity kind of counteracted the effects of the asteroid. Made it not as bad.
Set off a global catastrophe of dust, acid rain, and cold. At least 75% of all species on Earth vanished, including all the non-avian dinosaurs. But the ancestors of the modern birds survived. Warm-blooded birds could stay active as the climate took a turn for the worse. And even though they were endotherms, they needed much smaller amounts and different kinds of food than the huge dinosaurs did. Out of the ashes of the extinction event, the avian dinosaurs rose and filled many of the niches left vacant by their more reptilian cousins. So sometimes unearthing a revolutionary fossil like Deinonychus solves a mystery. But more often than not, it brings up more questions. But the questions themselves are incredibly valuable because they remind us that there's a lot more to these terrible lizards than we once thought.
Terrible lizards. Oh boy. Yeah. So there you have it, folks. Deinonychus. Extremely important dinosaur. And, maybe before we go, I'll fill you in on a little secret. You ready? Here. Come a little closer. Come on. This is something you can actually tell your friends and family. You've seen the movie Jurassic Park, right? They've seen the movie Jurassic Park too? Well, the velociraptors, if you want to pluralize it, in Jurassic Park, not actually velociraptor. They're actually Deinonychus. Let me tell you why. Where did I go? Where's my velociraptors? I had that right there. Where did I put it? Not oh, here it is. This is the skull of Velociraptor mongoliensis. Velociraptor. This is the animal's skull. It's not a huge animal. It's really not. In fact, let me see if I can find you this figure. Social meteor. There we go. Excellent. That's it. Good stuff. This is Velociraptor compared with Sam Neill's character from Jurassic Park, Dr. Alan Grant. This is one that I drew years ago. This would have been 2018, yeah. There you go. Velociraptor is from Mongolia. It's not particularly large. It's about 2 meters, like just over 6 feet, maybe. The animal from Jurassic Park is not actually Velociraptor. The animal from Jurassic Park is called Deinonychus. This is the skull of Deinonychus. The Velociraptor from Jurassic Park is supposed to be Deinonychus, and I'll tell you why. It has to do with this book over here. This book over here. Predatory Dinosaurs of the World. A book that was published in 1988, I think. Look at the publication date. By Greg Paul, paleo artist and paleontologist. There we go. Published in 1988. Yes, indeed. Got that right. So, in this book, Greg Paul goes over a bunch of different theropod dinosaurs. He wanted to provide, like, the definitive resource on meat-eating dinosaurs at the time. And, there we go, 366 to 369. In this book, Greg Paul goes over Deinonychus. But he doesn't call it Deinonychus. He gives it another name. He calls it, and here it is right here, calls it Velociraptor Anteropus. I'm trying to manually focus this thing. There we go. Velociraptor Anteropus. So he took the name Deinonychus Anteropus and he basically sinks the genus Deinonychus into Velociraptor. And he says, yeah, all those dromaeosaurids from Montana, I'm not going to call them Deinonychus anymore. I'm going to call them Velociraptor. And that is why, in part, why the Velociraptor in Jurassic Park is called Velociraptor instead of Deinonychus. It actually is Deinonychus. Here's a Deinonychus attacking a Tenontosaurus, but Greg Paul calls it Velociraptor Anteropus. So it was intentional. It was MLF. I mean, partly it was that Greg Paul gave Michael Crichton, the author of Jurassic Park, he gave him the license to call this animal Velociraptor. That's part A. Part B is that Velociraptor is, frankly, it's just a cooler name than Deinonychus. Deinonychus is a very cool name, but man, Velociraptor is a much cooler sounding name. So that's part of the reason why Michael Crichton ran with that. Greg Paul kind of gave him license to do that with that book. But it even talks about it here on Wikipedia, I think. Here, let's take a look. Cultural significance of Deinonychus. Deinonychus was featured prominently in the novel Carnosaur by Harry Adam Knight and its film adaptations, and the novels Jurassic Park and the Lost World by Michael Crichton, and their film adaptation is directed by Steven Spielberg. Crichton ultimately chose to use the name Velociraptor for these dinosaurs rather than Deinonychus. Crichton had met with John Ostrom several times during the writing process to discuss details of the possible range of behaviors and life appearance of Deinonychus. Crichton at one point apologetically told John Ostrom that he had decided to use the name Velociraptor in place of Deinonychus for his book because he felt the former name was more dramatic. Velociraptor, a more dramatic name than Deinonychus. Despite this, according to Ostrom, Crichton stated that Velociraptor of the novel was based on Deinonychus in almost every detail, and that only the name had been changed. There you go. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And Tomas says they shouldn't name it Deinonychus, now should be Utah, which is more right. I mean, Utahraptor is bigger. It's significantly bigger than the raptors in the novel or the book. Or the novel or the movie, excuse me. Utahraptor is a lot bigger than the Jurassic Park raptors, you know? Yeah. So, let's see. Let's scoot this over a little bit. There's various specimens of Utahraptor right there, significantly larger than the Jurassic Park raptors. So yeah, yeah. And also, that was after the movie had already come out that Utahraptor was named. It's a big animal. It's really big. So yeah, yeah. Reanimated Bit says, did you enjoy the book? The Jurassic Park, the book's pretty good. Yeah, I like the movie a lot more than I like the book. Yeah. Yeah, there's a feathered Utahraptor next to a person. Yeah, yeah. Utahraptor was big, really big. Yeah. It sucker's like 20 feet long. It's like close to 7 meters almost. Like, it is a big animal. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And I agree. It is one of those cases where the movie is better than the book for a lot of reasons. Michael Crichton is like really weirdly like anti-science in certain ways that like just doesn't jive with me, you know? Oh yeah, yeah. Reanimated Bit says, do you enjoy Crichton's style of science exposition and philosophizing? I don't. Like I said, Crichton is like weirdly anti-science. Like he's kind of a... He's almost kind of a Luddite in certain ways, and like... He's not into science, which is really strange as a science fiction author. And maybe it's not, I don't know. But anyway, yeah. But Rat Acid says, hunting grizzlies kind of big. Oh yeah, this animal would make short work of a grizzly bear. Holy cow. At least full grown it would. Yeah. So anyway. Cephaleem says, how so do you think? Well shoot, have you ever read Michael Crichton's book, State of Fear? Which is basically like a novel-long screed against, like, climate science? Yeah. Like, he could be really weirdly anti-science at times. Anyway, yeah. But let's talk a little bit about Deinonychus. And what we now know about this animal. For one thing, we now know that this animal had feathers all over its body. We've got extensive evidence of feathering for dinosaurs like Velociraptor, for Sinornithosaurus, for other members of this group. So nowadays, if you're going to draw Deinonychus, if you don't put feathers on that critter, you are completely and woefully out of date. This whole family, the Dromaeosaurids, they're basically defined by the presence of feathers and that sickle claw on the foot, the presence of wings like this. We know these animals had feathers, which is super cool. Like, what a neat group of animals. That's some really nice Deinonychus art. It's modeled after a bearded vulture, right? Really lovely. Yeah, not the kind of critter you'd want to run into in a dark alley either. Yeah. We don't yet have feather colors for this stuff, for Deinonychus. We actually don't have any preserved feathers for Deinonychus in particular. Feathers are extremely difficult to fossilize. But we do have feathers, including feather coloration, on some close relatives. Like Zhenyuanlong. Let's see if I can spell that correctly. Zhenyuanlong. Almost. I forgot the H. Zhenyuanlong. Yeah. So we have evidence that this animal had iridescence in its feathers. And would have been pretty colorful. There we go. No, let's not look at that. Let's look at another one. Let's look at good old Wikipedia there. There is a specimen of this animal, including, you can see faintly the fossil feathers coming off of its arms and legs. And its tail. Yeah. This specimen preserves the first evidence of well-developed pennaceous feathers in a large non-flying dromaeosaur, raising the question of what function such wings would serve. Pretty cool, because this animal is too big and heavy to fly, so why in the world has it got wings like that? Yeah. Feathers. Here we go. Paleobiology. Is this the colorful one, or am I thinking of a different one? Shoot. What's the Technicolor dromaeosaur? Gosh darn it. Let's see. Shoot.
Wow, it's not the dinosaur we knew. Just look at that thing. It's not going to be friendly.
Omar Luna. Thank you for the 5 months of support.
Hello. Long time no see. I
Welcome,
hope you've
welcome.
been doing well.
I have been doing well. It's great to see you, Omar Luna. Howdy, howdy. Yeah. Man, there's so many of these feathered dinosaurs to keep track of nowadays. There we go. This rainbow dinosaur had iridescent feathers. Kaihong is its name, not Zhenyuanlong, but Kaihong. Sorry, that's the one we're talking about here. Kaihong dinosaur. There we go. So the name means rainbow in Chinese. Beautifully preserved feathers. Holy cow. Yeah. Yeah. Skeleton. Excuse me. Coloration. There we go. Yeah.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Nell.
Danny, I have the bare bones of an understanding of paleontology.
I really appreciate that, Nell. Was that a pun right there? Thank you for the 100 bits, Nell. Appreciate you. Yeah. The fossilized feathers of Kaihong possess nanostructures, which were analyzed and interpreted as melanosomes, showing similarity to the organelles that produce a black iridescent color in extant birds. Other feathers in the head, chest, and the base of the tail preserved flattened sheets of platelet-like melanosomes, very similar in shape to those which create brightly iridescent hues in the feathers of modern hummingbirds. Yeah. However, these structures are seemingly solid and lack air bubbles, and thus are internally more akin to melanosomes in trumpeters than hummingbirds. Kaihong represents the oldest known evidence of platelet-like melanosomes. So there you go. There's one reconstruction of it there. There's it in gray. And paid actor, thank you for the 5 months of support. Ontogeny indeed. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. So yeah, Kaihong. Here's a link to the page if you want to read more about it. He is a pretty boy. Very pretty, Gojira. Oh, yeah. And Ichi is the one with wings that look like bat wings, Tomas. Yes. Ichi. Really weird looking dinosaur here. Bizarre. Yeah. So yeah, lots of weird looking feathered dinosaurs. And Big Daddy Porrit says, how early do you think that feathered dinosaurs appeared? That's a great question. We're not totally sure. Here's a thing. It all kind of comes down to pterosaurs, which are not dinosaurs, but these are other flying reptiles. You're familiar with the pterosaurs. Pterosaurs. Ugh, that's a lousy one. But they had some, like hair-like filaments, like fuzzy structures on their bodies. They had fuzz. The question is this fuzz homologous to what we call dino fuzz, or like proto-feathers on dinosaurs? Is it the same structure? Because if it is, that means that feathers might actually predate the dinosaurs, at least very simple hair-like feathers. It could be that when pterosaurs and dinosaurs split, those hair-like filaments had already evolved and already been present in the ancestor of dinosaurs and pterosaurs. And if that were the case, if the pycnofibers of pterosaurs actually are proto-feathers, that could be that all dinosaurs ancestrally had some kind of feathery covering like that, and some of them later lost that in the course of their evolution. We know that these very close relatives of dinosaurs had a fuzz like this, but is this the same thing as the first fuzzy feathers, or is it something that's different? Is it something that pterosaurs evolved specially, and dinosaurs independently evolved feathers? We still don't know. So pterosaurs may have had brightly colored feathers, exquisite fossil reveals. We're still not sure about this. This is still a matter of debate. Still figuring that out. So yeah. So someday, this mystery will be solved. We will know the answer to this. It just hasn't happened yet. So we'll figure it out eventually. But at this point, we do know that dinosaurs like DEINONYCHUS had feathers. And one of my favorite reconstructions of this would have to be Gabriel Ugueto's DEINONYCHUS, which is right here. There we go. Just gorgeous. So if we're talking about this dinosaur DEINONYCHUS on the anniversary of its discovery 59 years later, 1964 to 2023. 44, 84, 94, 2004, 2014. Yeah, 59 years later. This is our kind of current picture of what this animal would have looked like. Pretty cool. So yeah. Gojira says, a goose can kick my butt. These things would be a nightmare. Yeah, shoot. That animal would jump onto your back, use its wings to flap, and stay on top of you as it starts to eat you while you're still alive. You know? It's holding you down with its body weight and with those big sickle claws on its digit two, its second toe. Those hooking into you. It's flapping its wings to stay upright as you struggle, and it's eating your guts while you're still alive. Oh boy. Yeah. Extraordinary. Again, it reminds me of this right here. This webcomic, XKCD. Yeah. So she's approaching this little girl who's reading some books. She says, "What are you reading about?" Girl says, "Dinosaurs." "Oh, yeah. They've gotten all weird since when I was a kid. They used to be awesome, but now they all have dorky feathers, right?" And she says, "Yep. This says they now know they now think raptors, like Deinonychus, use their wings for stability, flapping to stay on top of their prey while hanging on with their hooked claws and eating it alive." Yeah. I really love this comic. It's, yeah. And this actually references a paper by my old crew chief, Denver Fowler, who published on this very idea. Yeah. There is a link to the original paper. Predatory Ecology of Deinonychus and the Origin of Flapping in Birds. Very, very cool stuff. And so this is the idea now that dinosaurs like Deinonychus would have used those hooked claws for standing on top of their prey and eating it while still alive, much like modern birds of prey do. Hawks or eagles will do the very same thing. If they happen upon a prey item that is too large to fly away with, it's too heavy, they'll just stand on top of it. They'll flap with their wings to stay upright on it as they're picking pieces off of it and swallowing them. So there you go. That's Deinonychus. That's what these animals are probably doing. There you go. Happy Deinonychus Discovery Day, everybody. I hope you had a good one. Yeah. And now with that being said, it is time to wrap up our broadcast for today. There's a Deinonychus skull there in the background. Yeah. And let's see who else is here on Twitch doing some science. And maybe we can do a raid into them. Yeah. Oh, Moohoodles is on. Excellent. Science streams. Astro Canuck. We are spoiled for choice today. We're going to go raid into Moohoodles, I think. Yeah. Good stuff. Ziggy Zags, thank you for the follow. I hope to see you tomorrow. We'll be covering both of our dinosaur deep dives that we didn't cover today. We'll be doing those tomorrow. And, I'm actually going to be meeting with some other paleontologists tomorrow morning, so I won't have too long to get stuff together for tomorrow's stream, but maybe I'll tell you what I've learned yesterday meeting with some other paleontologists. Tomorrow, meeting with some other paleontologists. Anyway, everybody, thank you so much to everybody whose names appeared here in the chat, oh boy, I gotta go for a walk. Thank you for everybody whose names appeared here in the credits. Thank you for your support, for your enthusiasm, for your wonderful questions, for your raids, for your moderators. And maybe most especially, thank you for your financial support. I could not do this without you. Thank you very, very much for helping keep me here on the air. Without further ado, we're going to go say hello to Moohoodles. I hope to see you tomorrow, everybody. Take care. Let's go see what Moo is up to.